All right. Good morning, evening, afternoon, or night, wherever you are. I hope you are having a wonderful, wonderful day. Today, like I said yesterday, is a little bit of an impromptu stream, and I tried my best to schedule it as early as possible. Whenever I knew I would have a little bit of time on my hands, and I tried to make time because I really want to, finish this game sooner rather than later. To just kind of, give you kind of my thoughts on it, and to see if I can, I don't know, just give my opinion, especially before the early purchase bonus expires on Steam. I do believe that it's until, don't take my word for it, like 20th or 21st. So you can check it out on Steam as well if you're already interested. And yeah, I'm gonna try to finish the game today. We'll probably finish the last chapter off stream as I unfortunately can't stream it. But everything up until that point, I will showcase so that you can see for yourself if this is something that you would enjoy or not. Good morning slash afternoon, FF40. How are you doing? What's up? Yeah, we're gonna start right where we left off yesterday. Again, huge thanks to Square Enix for sponsoring the content and for gifting me the game. I was admittedly going to get the game anyway, so this came as a lovely surprise. Because graphics novels are my thing for sure, and I am very, very excited to be able to play it right now. I don't know if I would be playing it right now if I'd gotten it, because I have a massive, massive backlog, and a lot of these games are still the games that I've been pretty much backlogged with since the fall. Ready to test how he recounts those high pitches? No, I'm not ready. And nah, today's not gonna be scary. We saw everything yesterday, and today nothing can scare me. You'll see. You'll see, we're gonna be just fine. I'm actually glad that I got some time to play today, because yesterday I was kind of bummed that we didn't get to see the entire story. But then later on, I did some research and I saw that some people took between like 10 and 13 hours to actually complete the story. So I'm not really feeling bad about my progress. I'm only like 9 hours in. And today, if we put some effort, I'm sure we can pretty much get there today. And I would like to do a short video on it, probably until like tomorrow or so, tonight or tomorrow or whatever. Which story do we want to see first? We have the Life Can Be Tough by, this is the mommy story. We have the schoolgirl story, or we have the detective story. I am completely indifferent, and I am interested in all three of them, so I will let you pick the first one. I'm not sure why this one is like, I don't know. It feels unfinished. It feels like we could have done something different, but now we have this one, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it works. Which one did you like the most? Let me see if the audio is turned on. We still have it turned off because of that one person. I don't even know how to. There we go. Okay, I think we can turn this up now. Now that that particular curse stone has been dealt with. Any preferences, or should I just pick? If I'm to pick, I would personally pick the high. Let me just think, maybe the girl which is earlier in the timeline. Yeah, definitely. That makes more sense. So this happens before, yeah, all of that, and she kind of catches up. What confuses me about her story is that this one seems like there might be like either a different outcome or something. Maybe this is due to the fact that we just left Mew for dead at high school. Bringing her friend back from the dead means she'll have to pay the price. Yaku makes it home safely, but still isn't sure about how to proceed with the curse. She worries about Maya as the night passes, as she should. We're such a jerk. Okay, so this is now her morning, and we're already in the other timelines, I think, entering evening. Oh, she's alive, thank goodness. Okay. Right. Good morning, Yako. Huh? Yako, rise and shine. Huh? Oh, she's probably sleep deprived. You're up. Oh, is it morning? Are you okay? Can you remember your name? Duh, I'm. Well, she is Yako. What do you mean? What if we say this just to creep the girl out? Let's say Michio, just to creep her out. Oh, you must still be half asleep. Up and at him, Yako. Yes, I'm Yako Sakazaki. Good. Oh, that was fun. Oh, Mia, thanks for last night. Was everything okay? Yep, still alive. I couldn't dispel the curse echo or learn the identity of who used it, but I managed to at least get away. I think the girl, like the rebel girl, she might be a curse bearer, right? Because we still don't know who it is that summoned that scary person. But in that situation, it's the best you can hope for. I'm sorry I got you involved in something so dangerous. By the way, excuse my speaking through the nose today. I am still in the process of recovery from my cold, so it is what it is. I meant to look for you as soon as the sun rose, but I was just so sleepy. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. It's okay. It's only natural to be exhausted after what you went through. Like, I don't understand how she could sleep after everything she saw. Sheesh. Besides, I also feel bad that you've been wrapped up in all of this. It's supposed to be my job to prevent that from happening. Oh yeah, you said something about that last night. Just who are you exactly, Mio? Oh, well, yeah, she works for the police, right? The truth is, I've been trained in things having to do with the supernatural. Huh? You mean you can learn that kind of stuff, like you would with flower arranging? I had quite the eventful childhood. That sounds like it must have been tough. Yes, it would take a long time to explain, so let's leave it at that for now. As fate would have it, I've ended up as the apprentice, or maybe more like assistant, to a notable paranormal expert. Schools have always had more paranormal disturbances because young people tend to be more susceptible to these things. I'm sent to schools that may experience something paranormal and put a stop to it before it happens. Wow, that's amazing. Is this like a part-time job you do while also being a student? Well, I do help maintain public order, but it's all a part of my training, so I don't get any money. Oh, you got it rough then. But still, that really is amazing. You were so cool when you faced off against the evil spirit. I never know if I should be happy when you compliment me like that. But anyways, that's why it's up to me to resolve any paranormal issues at the school, and why I'm going to look into the cause of all this. But for now, let's head to school. Yeah. Oh, do you have your curse stone? Now that it's daytime and your power is diminished, I should be able to hold on to it. Want to give it a try? Right, I do have it, but... Yako... Is it really so wrong? Trying to bring Michio back, I mean. I can't approve of it. Okay, so what we know now is that she is an assistant to the police officer. So that means if we give her the stone, that means that that Mio might give it to her boss. So that would like be one stone less. Maybe we do need to give it to her. Right may seem like a dream come true, but if it involves taking the lives of other people, then yeah, true. I want to make sure this whole ritual ends without anyone getting hurt. That's what I believe, and what I'll put before anything else. I like it when they do that with their mouths, like... I'm sorry, but is it okay if I hold on to it? Yako, I promise I won't use the curse, no matter what. And maybe there's some other way. I just have this feeling that I shouldn't give up on the possibility just yet. That said, I'll help you, even if it's to stop the curses. For the Michio that still exists within me, I'll settle things so that we can move forward. Okay, but if you ever feel in danger, you can give me the curse stone at any point. Right, thank you, Mio. Okay then, let's go. Candy Shop Sonoya, an old-fashioned candy shop located on a street corner in Honjo. It has been in Yako Sakazaki's family for 3 generations. On the weekends, you can spot Yako watching over the store, cooking monjayaki and playing traditional tops and card games with the local children. Though traditional candy shops are known for selling cheap treats for kids, it's not uncommon to see these largely privately owned businesses become something more like general stores, selling food, drinks, utensils, and other daily necessities. Many families operate candy shops on the dirt ground floor of their home, known as a doma, with a space in the back where customers can eat monjayaki, I don't know what that is, as well as arcade games and capsule toy machines in the front. Such facilities make them attractive places for children to gather and play. However, the harsh reality is that traditional candy shops, which thrived during the period of high economic growth, when many confectionery manufacturers entered the market, are experiencing a steady decline due to the rise of convenience stores and changes in children's interests and tastes. Yeah, kids are starting to eat a lot of other different kind of trash. Well, at least it's daytime. We can take comfort in that. But it honestly feels like the quiet before the storm, huh? I thought it unusually noisy. There's a big group of people and police in front of the school. Did something happen? If the police are here, then something must have. I'll go ask. Thanks. This isn't good. Oh, what happened? Don't panic, okay? The first teacher who came to work this morning found something. Okay. Mr. Giannucci was found dead in the middle of the school grounds. What? They're closing the school for today. But that's not all. I didn't know this either since I didn't watch the morning news, but rumors are spreading that a number of bodies were found nearby. What? There's no way! Why? Could it be because of the curse? We don't know enough to say. From what I heard, Mr. Giannucci's body was in the middle of the grounds. But his body was covered in bruises, like he'd fallen from somewhere high. Weird. Yeah, kind of like that girl who supposedly committed suicide. Taking into account his unnatural death and the timing, it's very likely it had something to do with the curse. You're saying someone used the curse on him last night? Seems like it, doesn't it? I think it's the girl, the rebel girl. Sheesh, so the curses really do kill people. And someone used it. Shh, keep your voice down, okay? What would happen if another curse bearer heard you? Right? Kohei was an honor student. Okay, we read that. I thought there was an update. His deceased body was discovered on the school grounds at dawn. He was seen alone with Teta Miyakura in a classroom late at night by Yako and Mio. Okay. Maybe he did something to the girl and then she cursed him. I wish we had a little more information, but they've locked up the front gate. Maybe we can sneak in through the back entrance. That person over there. Isn't that Hitomi Okuda? You're right. That's unusual. Oh, but she was at the school last night too. She must know something about Mr. Yanucci. Let's see what she has to say. Oh, Mia, wait for me. Uh-oh. I don't like this. Let's not talk to her. It's her, isn't it? Huh. So you're telling me the two of you are the ones at the school last night? No sense hiding it then. Plus, I owe you one, Mia. I'll tell you everything I know. Thank you. Why does she owe you? Oh, yeah. Right after I transferred here, there was a bit of trouble. She gave me one of those, what was it? Oh, exorcisms. Huh? So that's what it was. What? Junichi's death, my exorcism. Let's talk about the death. Did you hear about Mr. Yanucci? Heard about it. I've known about it since last night. I saw that asshole bite it on the school grounds myself. What? You saw it happen? Tell us about it. What happened exactly? I don't really know myself. It was pitch black. But I can tell you. It was almost dawn, probably around 3. He started freaking out all of a sudden, ran out into the ground like something was chasing him, then screamed. Ah, somebody help me! Forgive me, Michio! Or something like that while he was running around. Michio? He mentioned Michio. Was there anyone else out on the grounds? It was too dark to see from where I was. But for just a second, I think I saw a girl in a school uniform with her hair in braids. Do we know anyone like that? Oh. I didn't go out to make sure, so it could have been nothing for all I know. It's not like the spirit that we saw or anything. I don't know anyone who looks like this. Then I heard him begging for his life, like I was wrong, and I'll do anything. Then all of a sudden his arms and legs snapped. Ew. Even though he was just standing there. That's disgusting. His arms and legs broke without anything being done to him. That kind of reminds me of Stranger Things, if you saw the last season. I don't want to spoil it, but if you know, you know. He fell over and quit moving, so I thought I'd better get out of there. Then he croaked. That's all I saw. I see. But from what you've told us, it almost sounds like Michio's ghost chased down Mr. Yanuichi and killed him. Hell if I know anything about that. I'm just telling you what I heard him say. Did you tell the story to the police? Nope, and I ain't gonna. Can't count on them for shit. Not like they'd believe such an insane story anyways. Yeah, she'd probably just end up going to like juvie or something. Right. But there must be at least one person in the police worth trusting, right? Yeah, she could say it to the detective. Yeah, I guess. There was this one cop who always got on my case about stuff. But he died just the other day. Oh, he did. I'm sorry to hear that. Everyone who gets involved with me ends up dead. Maybe I really am cursed. Pisses me off. You got it all wrong. The spirit that possessed you wasn't that kind of spirit. Huh? It wasn't. Yeah, this was just an unfortunate coincidence. Though I'm sure that was hard enough for you. Okay, maybe she didn't kill him. That's all I know about that asshole's death. And yeah, I've been thinking something. The way she described it reminds me of something. The way Mr. Yanuichi died. It sounds a lot like how Michio died. Yeah, that's true. But isn't she a high school girl with braids? Maybe that's a hint. Maybe it was actually her spirit. Of course, I didn't see it myself, but the state Michio's body was in, it was like she had fallen from high up. Could they have been killed by the same curse? I don't think so. The curses of the 7 mysteries hadn't manifested when she died. Well, maybe they existed from before. Maybe this is not the first time. And if we can trust what the spirit board said, then Michio died in an accident. Oh, right. He told me last night before you witnessed Mr. Yanuichi collapse. Can I ask what you were doing in the classroom? You gonna tell the cops? Oh, right, with everything that happened with Mr. Yanuichi. They'll suspect you if we told them we saw you with him last night. Anytime something happens with someone like me, all those shitty adults start jumping to conclusions. I understand. I won't tell them. You wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. If you say so, then I don't mind telling you about it. So last night, that piece of shit, Yanuichi called me over there, acting like he was gonna attack me or something. What? How terrible. Whatever, I'm glad he's dead. He had it coming. Calling people worthless and a cancer in society when he doesn't know shit about them. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a different kind of attack. I don't know which one's worse. That asshole was the one always acting like scum, if you ask me. Is that so? Could you tell us in more detail why he called you in the middle of the night? It's hard to explain. Where to start? Yanuchi's misdeeds. Let's start there. What do you mean by Mr. Yanuchi acting like scum? What's he doing bad? Was he doing bad? Something bad? You know Michio Shiraishi, right? The girl who killed herself. Huh? Michio? I don't know everything, but that creep of a teacher had some dirt on her. And he was using it to blackmail her. Call her up after school and make her do whatever he wanted. Oh, Jesus. What? What do you mean when you say whatever he wanted? I'll leave it to your imagination. Nothing that a couple model students like you would ever get involved in. No way, that's... How? What do you mean by dirt? I don't know anything about this. How could I not have known about this? Yako, I know how you feel, but try to calm down. You got guts acting like you were her friend. Yanuchi really did a number on both Michio's body and soul. She probably felt she couldn't tell anyone, like she had to suffer alone. No, how terrible. He told me, do you know about this? How do you know about this? I just happened to walk in on it. I know the spots around school people go to when they want to stay out of sight. He ran off in a panic when I yelled at him asking what he was doing. Walked in on it. I couldn't just leave her alone, looking like she was about to cry, so I stuck around for a bit. She told me everything that happened in whispers. She probably figured I wasn't the type to spread that stuff around. But she never asked for my help. She told me that she was fine and to keep it a secret. Michio, why? She probably thought she just had to grit her teeth until it was through. Oh god. So bad. She was naive. I tried to tell her that if you give guys like that an inch, they'll take a mile. She kept saying about how it was her punishment. She was soft. No. That's sad, sees. Of course, Yanuchi didn't change. He kept on doing what he was doing. I don't understand either of them, but that's as much as I was involved. And then she killed herself. Nothing I can do about it now. He told me, if you knew about it, then why didn't you? You're trying to say it's my fault. She told me not to say anything. She told me she was fine. Well, I mean, she definitely wasn't fine, and she probably should have reported it, but at the same time, it wasn't her thing. So what the hell more responsibility do I have other than what I already did? Yeah, but there's no point in blaming Hitomi. Michio, why? And what does he mean by dirt? Did you hear what this dirt was? Nope, never heard what it was. But from the sound of it, he'd been blackmailing her since about a year ago. For that long. Well, maybe that's why she grew distant, right? They probably caught her doing something she shouldn't have been. She looked well behaved, but there's more to a person than meets the eye, you know. There must be some reason. Dunno. Got nothing to do with me. What you described does sound like Michio killed Mr. Yanuchi. She did have a reason to hate him after all. No way. You mean that really was her ghost? Like, for real? Those who die bearing strong resentment or regret can occasionally become spirits, either bound to a place or roaming freely. However, it would usually be impossible for them to kill the living. Most don't have that kind of power. But it's possible they could possess someone close to them and act on those lingering regrets. Wonder if that's what happened. Alright, then supposing what the spirit board said is true, and Michio's death was an accident, then she must have had some regrets. If she really hadn't given up on living, that is. I don't think she was the kind of girl who would just give up no matter the situation. I don't really know, but she didn't seem like she had something tormenting her so much that she'd kill herself. So last night, how did it start? Alright, right. Remember that noisy cop I mentioned who was always on my case? He died at the former Yasuda Gardens a couple of days ago. Yoshimi was his name. He was part of the juvenile division. He didn't look like a cop at all. Real Rough guy, but good at looking out for folks, so he was the only one I could talk to. Huh, so there was someone like that with the police. Too bad he ended up dying. Oh, another thing. One time he suddenly introduced his fiancée to me. Oh, so she might know where she is. It was hilarious seeing a big guy like that act a little shy, like a shy little kid all of a sudden. She told me that she was like me when she was my age, and that she was on my side. Must have been a terrible loss for her too. Yeah, I do feel a little bad for her. When I think about how sad she must be. And I saw him at the gardens the night he died. What was she doing at the gardens? Oh no. Whenever I would get worked up over something, Yoshimi always took me straight to that park. Then he'd listen to whatever I was pissed off about. That day, he called me over there like usual, but something seemed off about him. Like he was worried about something. Worried about something? Yeah, he asked me for a favor too. That's pretty unusual. A favor? What kind of favor? He handed me a weird talisman and asked me to hold on to it for him. A talisman? Would this be a curse? A talisman. Yeah, just a normal good luck charm. I figured that's it, then sure, I'll take it. I have it with me now. But that wasn't all. He told me that he wanted me to look for a talisman Michio Shiraishi had that looked like this one. Michio? What does she have to do with this? Yoshimi had been meeting up and talking with her. While they were together, he noticed that she had like a special talisman or something. So Michio apparently had a curse. But apparently Michio always avoided the subject. A talisman that Michio had. He knew that I knew her, so that's why he asked me, he said. Could there have been something that Michio didn't tell even the police about? I know things at home were a little complicated. From what I heard, Michio was keeping her mouth shut about what Yonuchi was doing to her. Hard to talk with the cops when someone's got dirt on you. And I didn't squeal on anything about Michio either. I think I just got the achievement for playing for 10 hours. I was kind of looking through them last night. There's actually plenty of them on Steam. Michio, what is it that had such a strong grip on you? So basically, Yoshimi didn't just have his eyes on Michio, but her talisman too. But after she died, he didn't know where it ended up. So since I knew her from school, he wanted to look into it. He wanted me to look into it for him. Is there something special about the two talismans? I wonder why he gave it to you. Hell if I know. When I looked inside it, there's just a weird kind of grimy scrap of wood. So you've seen inside it. But from the way he was acting, it seemed important to him somehow. But to be honest, what he was asking is such a pain in the ass, I figured he had to be serious about it. Oh, and since he died right after that. Yeah, he even said to me, if anything happens to me, take those two talismans. Give them to a guy named Nakagoshi at the police department. Oh, so I think they were curses, but maybe those two talismans were connected in some way or worked together. Knowing what I know now, he probably felt that something was going to happen to him. Nakagoshi? Do you know him, Mio? No, I've just heard the name, I think. There really is a Nakagoshi. That's a relief, at least. Anyway, it didn't feel right just ignoring a dead guy's last request. They tell me, yeah, that talisman. Would you mind if I had a look at it? Sorry, but I don't trust you all that much yet. It's important to me. Okay. So last night, you were looking for the talisman Meteor had. Yeah. And I figured that piece of garbage teacher would know the most about Michio. I asked him yesterday afternoon if he knew anything about her talisman. He gave me some cryptic response like, I can't talk about it now, come to the school tonight. He even gave me the code to lock on the back entrance. He seemed pretty willing to give it out, so I wouldn't be surprised if he used it for secret meetings before. Yuck, I can only imagine. We climbed over the front gate to get in. So yeah, we met up in the classroom in the middle of the night. But nothing he said made any sense. Like that I was really Michio and stuff like that. Wait, what? He went on and on about how it was my fault and that if only I hadn't been around or something. He grabbed a hold of me, breathing heavily. Were you okay? Yeah, that's right, when you two showed up. I was able to get away while Yonouchi was freaking out. Oh my gosh, good thing you got away. So, it's really all thanks to you two that I got away. But I didn't get any info on the talisman, so the whole thing was sort of a bust. Afterwards, I was wondering what you were up to, so I hid nearby. And I saw you and old man Agshimiya talking, and then Mio showed up. Oh, you did? That's why I also saw Yonouchi come back outside and bite it. I see. So, you were only here to look for Michio's talisman. And that's all I know. Happy? I still gotta look for a talisman. Sure, thank you, Hidomi. Oh, if you do find out anything about Michio's talisman, we'll be sure to let you know. Thanks. Oh, can we get your contact info? Where can we normally find you? Right, I'm not home most of the time. Usually I'm at a friend's place. Here's the phone number. Thanks. We'll call her if we need to talk with you. And, what is it? You're easier to talk to than I imagined. I was kinda scared at first, but not anymore. Shut up. You were the one avoiding me. Anyway, catch you later. And don't die out there, okay? Yeah, that's actually, it sounds like a real advice now. Thanks, we'll be careful. Alright then. We got a lot of new info. Sounds like Mr. Yonouchi was killed by a curse, just as we thought. Which means there was a cursed bear at the school. Multiple, in fact. Multiple? You think so? Yes, the curse echo we experienced in the school and the one that kills Mr. Yonouchi seem to be different. The people in the school, at the time, other than us, were Mr. Yonouchi, Hitomi, and old man Ashimiya, who you ran into. I was thinking it would be among them, but there was one more person. Hitomi saw a girl in the school uniform with braids. From what Hitomi was saying, it doesn't seem like she's one. Mr. Yonouchi is pretty suspicious, though. If he were a curse bearer, it would certainly explain why he was killed. Right, that's why I say there are multiple. Unright. Oh, right. The person who killed Mr. Yonouchi would have to be one too. Which means it must be either the mysterious girl or old man Ashimiya. Yeah, we should certainly be careful of them. That said, the mysterious girl and the fact that Mr. Yonouchi thought it was Michio that was attacking him had me wondering. Of course I doubt Michio herself was actually there, but... Oh, I just remembered. I also saw Mr. Araishi outside the main gate last night. You did? It's likely he's involved with the curses, given that he is the one doing research on the right resurrection. Yeah, but he didn't have the curse at the time, did he? So we'll have to be careful of old man Ashimiya and Mr. Araishi. I want to believe that not all curse bearers will be hostile, but... As for what to do now, I'd like to find who is responsible for the Feast of Shadows that set this off and how they did it. I don't think that we'll be able to end this without stopping it at its source. That makes sense. In which case, next we should do what exactly? We need to talk with Mr. Araishi. He definitely knows something. It should be safer during the day, so I think we should try to look for him. Got it. I'll help in any way I can. But the school is closed. I wonder where he could be. Let's try heading someplace we may know where he is. Where to go then? I'll be right back. Need to go to the bathroom. My nose is stuffy, and it's like when I can't breathe enough air, it makes me feel sleepy. It's annoying. It's like when you feel like you have to blow your nose, but nothing's coming out. I think that's the worst feeling. Okay, so we need to find the dude. Where are we? We are at the school, right? We would be here. Let's stop at the bridge, I guess. And so, Mia, Kurosuzu, and Yako Sakazaki decided on their next location to investigate. What? I don't get it. Should I have decided something else? I thought that I was gonna explore all of them. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's see what. Okay, this one. Yeah, let's do Mommy's story. Throughout the night, Richter continues to gather information about the cursed stones, while Hatter lies awake until dawn, preoccupied with the prospect of bringing her lost child back to life. I didn't think that my choice would matter. I thought I was just gonna explore all of them. That's interesting. Good morning, ma'am. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I hope we can make good progress today. How's your curse stone looking? I haven't felt anything from it since sunrise. Interesting. It's possible that its powers can only be unleashed at night then. That aside, why are you so late this morning? There are unfortunately some things that can be Can't be investigated while the world slumbers. But I did get some research done in what limited time I had. Very well, let's talk. The old mansion where I was born and raised. Okay. The town is beginning to wake up once more. The clamor of society can be heard from beyond the garden gates. Like any day, a cloud of pollution drifts out from the industrial area. No one's in the mansion at the moment. The door has been locked shut. The housekeeper has already left after cleaning and preparing food. So that's her life. She doesn't even cook, doesn't do anything. He's looking a bit tired. He must have been up all night investigating. By the way, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. But what's that? Our current plans is to steal a curse stone that's already absorbed soul drugs, but I'm wondering if it would suffice to not steal, and instead negotiate with a curse bearer and have them use the right for our purpose. Oh, I mean, I suppose that would accomplish the same, but do you think it's possible? So long as we offer compensation, it might prove much easier than you'd expect. Compensation. Cash for assistance. That wouldn't be off the table for a family as rich as the Shingumas, would it? Of course. Why, any amount would be fine if it could get the job done. Kinda makes me wonder why they didn't just pay the ransom when her son got kidnapped. Now it's like making no sense. Why didn't she just give the money straight away? I wouldn't let monetary matters lead me to regress the way I did back with the ransom. Okay, with that option on the table, let's figure out our strategy. Do you have a curse bearer with whom we can negotiate in mind? Not yet. Surprisingly, it seems the other curse bearers haven't been that proactive about collecting soul drugs. Did you see the news this morning? No, I haven't. Overnight, 3 mysterious deaths were reported in this area. They're yet to announce the identities of the bodies found, but they've been nicknamed the Honja serial killings. It garnered quite some attention on the streets. Oh my. Only 3? That's what I thought. Even if the victims were curse bearers, just 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough for soul drugs. And for what those curse stones are capable of, a mere 3 victims seems a little on the low side. With this little activity all throughout the night, the curse bearers must be a cautious bunch. What's holding them back? Are we not all after the power of resurrection? There may still be some undiscovered victims, but it doesn't seem like anyone has gathered enough soul drugs yet. We might have to set up some bait to spur them into action. And then we offer them the deal. None of the curse bearers seem very proactive. I wonder if this situation could be the mastermind who kicked it all off intended. Now that's an interesting theory. You think there's someone behind this all? You mentioned hearing an agonized voice telling you to kill when you first obtained the curse stone. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Someone agitated the curses in this area on purpose, and they're likely after the right of resurrection as well. So you were thinking this person is not one of the curse bearers. You're a sharp mind, man. Though it might seem obvious for the mastermind to become a curse bearer and collect their soul drugs. Collect soul drugs if they were after the right. This would be very risky, since as a curse bearer, they themselves would become a target. Also, maybe they had other people just do their bidding, basically. So it would be more convenient for them if the curse bearers moved less aggressively. That's right, but despite that, they've been inciting the curse bearers to commit murders. Why? Let's consider this. What if the mastermind isn't trying to collect soul drugs themselves? You mean their intention was also to steal the souls while the other curse bearers compete with each other from the start? Sitting back and observing from the sidelines is the safer course of action, which is why I figured it best for us to attempt the same strategy. So how should we do it? There's still reason to suspect the mastermind could be a curse bearer themselves. To be honest, I want to keep my distance from whoever it is. There's no telling what kind of power they might possess. Whether our aim is to negotiate or steal, we'll have to outpace the mastermind in making contact with the other curse bearers. How do you suppose we do so? At this point, all we can do is search. If there's a mastermind inciting the curse bearers to collect soul drugs, can we be sure there's even a rite of resurrection? Good question. The rite could be nothing but a myth fabricated to spur the curse bearers into action. Seeing it might be for naught, but do you want to give up, man? Never. Understood. After all, we'll never know the truth unless we see it for ourselves. But we'll do it without using the curses ourselves. She did try, back when we met her first, when she was with the dude in the gardens. By the way, I met a few people who seemed like potential curse bearers last night. I did some investigating into all of them. But I only managed to get detailed information on 2. You're quick. I suppose that's to be expected from an investigator extraordinaire. I appreciate the flattery. First, there's Ayame Tono, the girl we talked to before, though she isn't a curse bearer herself. She's a student attending T University of Art. She currently lives alone in an apartment near Midoricho Park. She's a student and she lives alone. Okay, this might be a stretch, but what if she is the officer's, the detective's daughter? Is that even possible? No, probably not. You even determined her address. You're not the one to be underestimated, Mr. Investigator Extraordinaire. She could be his daughter, for all we know. She lives alone, she's at university, she lives here in the city. I don't see why not. I called every single university with Yukio in the curriculum pretending to be her parent. I went around to check on her place on the way here. It doesn't seem like she returned home last night. I'm worried she might have run into some trouble. Didn't you attempt to follow her last night? I'm embarrassed to say, but I couldn't. She shook me. I couldn't keep track of her. And here I thought you were an investigator extraordinaire. I'd like to learn more about her, but it would take some time. She's planning to steal the curse stones, just like us. It's best if we act carefully around her. Next is a tall man who was dressed in black. I met him near Kinshisho. He stood out with the way he dressed. I managed to get some good information from him. Maybe, but the odd thing is that nobody could find her last night. Maybe because she was looking for curse bearers. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's why she didn't come home. I guess the detective is looking into her, and that's what we'll find out next. Impressive. What can I say? Like, she's the only character we really don't know where she's coming from, so... He works as the secretary to Hikaku Soap's chairwoman. I believe his name is Takumi Yumioka. Oh, he's the guy who looks like the guy from Peaky Blinders. The Hikaku Soap's headquarters and factories are both located in Honjo, correct? Yes, they've been there for a while, but it's only in the past 10 years that the company has shown significant growth. I remember seeing the chairwoman on the news a few years back. She seems to be very shrewd. With the increase in sales, I assumed she'd want her factories running at a full capacity. But with the harsh restrictions against industrial waste, a lot of the factories with older equipment had to be shut down. That's right. Even 10 years ago, there were many complaints about chemical plants dumping waste into the river. And most companies back then were more concerned with making a profit than protecting the environment. I wonder what a man working for such a company would have been up to in the middle of the night. On the way here, I stopped by the company's headquarters, but they hadn't started for today. I should have better luck later. Let's hope you will. Perhaps they're interested in seeing if the rite would be beneficial for their product research into beauty and skincare. Huh, now that's an interesting thought. I ran into one more suspicious young man last night. This one seemed to be out collecting soul trucks, right? Oh, right. Indeed. I couldn't get a good look at him, though, and I couldn't gather enough intel to properly identify him. Well, that's a shame. But I can make an educated guess. Oh, you know that researcher who discovered the ancient text on the Red Resurrection? The one that still lives near here. His name is Hideki Araishi, and the man I met was very similar in stature. How does he know that? Oh my, even he is involved. How awfully suspect. Considering his background, couldn't he be the one who initiated the whole affair? I think it's possible, yes. Which is why I decided to refrain from making contact with him for the time being. Safety first. Understandable. Of course I want to learn more, but this isn't the right time to focus on him. I prefer to ascertain who else is a curse bearer. First I'll return to Hikaku Soaps to see that man in black. Their headquarters are down on South Varisegui Street. I learned something new about the criminal involved with the kidnapping. It concerns the serial killings. There was a body found at Komagata High School. The person was identified as a school teacher. His name was Kohei Yonouchi. Do you think he was a curse bearer? I'm not sure. It's possible. But regardless, this means the two people who knew the truth about the kidnapping are both dead. Just when we were getting somewhere. It isn't enough to make me give up, of course. Still, we don't know anything about Michio Shiraishi's residence. It'd be wise to pay a visit. Understood. In addition to the 3 victims associated with the Honjo serial killings, there is Michio Shiraishi, who reportedly committed suicide, and the police officer who died at the former Yasuda Gardens. If strange deaths continue occurring like so, they're bound to inspire strange rumors. But those last 2 have nothing to do with the 7 mysteries, no? It's true, both occurred a week before this cursed situation began. Still, it cannot be ruled out. It's possible that the mastermind was involved, and even with those killings. How? What if there were preliminary steps to awakening the 7 mysteries curses? We really assume they're unrelated just because timing doesn't match up. Or rather, the police officer's death is so baffling that it would be rather easier if we were connected to these curses. The victim wasn't the type to be caught off guard easily. You seem to know a lot about this. I suppose we weren't strangers. My personal feelings might be wrapped up in this one too. Like, we don't know what exactly he's looking for. I see. If you were to investigate this matter more, you might get a lead on the mastermind. You're right. If we wish to focus on the mastermind's identity, this would be a fine starting point. We might even discover more deaths related to the curses on the way. We should pay attention to today's news. Well, that's all I have to report. Shall we continue with our investigation? What do you want to do? If you still can't use the curse stone, taking a walk should be a fine place to start. Right, let's go together. I want to see what's going on for myself. In that case, I'll trust you to decide on where we should go. I don't understand. I need to choose? She wants to go for a walk. I don't know, I think I should send her to the park. I'm not sure what this has to do with anything. We're here. This is the Mirucha Park. Ayame Tono lives around here. She wasn't in her apartment when I dropped by this morning. I wonder if it's worth checking again. It's always heartwarming to see children playing in the park. Rita seems to like kids. Perhaps because they're on the same wavelength. Oh god. This place is connected with the story of Taigo Tsugaru. Not only that, Katushika Rokusai's home was also in this area. That might be why Ayame chose to live here. A small park bordering south by Segui Street, supporting a mixture of cherry and evergreen trees. Although unremarkable in most respects, this small playground always attracts a number of children come evening. While no trace remains to the modern day, it stands on what was once the site of Tsugaru Estate. The legendary artist Katsushika Hokusai is also believed to have been born in the vicinity. Is that the guy who this girl is trying to revive? This artist girl? We won't get much done standing around here. Why don't I go and check out Ayame's apartment? You don't mean to speak with her, do you? No, I'd prefer to get an idea of what she's been up to. I'd like to see whether she's been home or not, just to potentially get a trace on her movements. Then be my guest. Okay, I shouldn't be long. I'm back, ma'am. Nothing? I'm afraid so. She still hasn't returned. However, I noticed a few people who seem to be related to the police force keeping watch in the area. I don't know if they got eyes on her apartment, but they do appear to be watching over the building it's in. Interesting. You got a sharp eye to have noticed them despite being so covered. Maybe, does the detective know where his daughter lives? Is it possible that he, like, sent, I don't know, people to watch over her, some sort of protection? Or he doesn't know? I can't remember, but I think he doesn't know. What can I say? It's part of the job. However, it meant I had to refrain from knocking on her door or looking through her windows. I wasn't able to check her electric meter or mailbox either, unfortunately. You were planning to go that far. Dude, he works for you. You want him to go far. We won't make much progress sticking around here. Oh, so we need to move. Okay, let me just open my own window. Now they reminded me. I actually have no air whatsoever. That's very hard to breathe, so might as well. Oh gosh, it's windy outside. It's like I'm still recovering from cold and it's very hard for me to like breathe the air in. Hopefully this will help. Okay, let's go to high school. Why not? Here we are at ground zero, Komagata High School. I guess it's logical that the police has got this place shut down. The teacher's body was found here after all. It's as if the students have nowhere to go now that the school is closed. Well, maybe they don't. It seems the officers are still inspecting the scene. Entry has been strictly prohibited. The news had attracted a bunch of curious onlookers, huh? That works in our favor. The more people around, the better we can blend in. He appears to be wary of those police officers. Maybe the police really do have something against private investigators, just like in those detective novels. Yeah, maybe they make more money. This place is said to be connected with the story of Fool's Procession. I wouldn't be surprised if a curse bearer decided to turn up. However, I need to find out if the teacher was a curse bearer or not. I expect the police to be baffled, since they don't know about the curses. I can ask around and see what the students have to say. Yeah, we should. Alright, I'll go ask the students about Michio. I'm back now. So what did you learn? The school kids sure love a good rumor. I was practically drowning in stories about Mr. Yanuchi and Michio, most of which seemed dubious at best. Not surprising. Most of what I heard was hardly worth a second thought, but there was one story that caught my attention. Some believe that Michio is the one who killed Mr. Yanuchi. Really? The story's got two pieces of evidence to back it up. One of them wasn't news to me. Apparently, he's been mumbling that Michio was going to kill him for some days now. A fellow teacher overheard his mumbling and told the students. Why would he tell the students? And then it spreads like wildfire, I suppose. Rumors that Juicy doesn't stay a secret for long. And as for the other piece of evidence, a pigtailed girl in her school uniform was seen around school late last night. Go on. Although numerous people claim to have seen the girl, not one of them saw her face. Some proposing it was Michio brought back to life, or that was her vengeful spirit. But it's not like Michio is the only high school girl to wear pigtails. This rumor might have been made up just to fan the flames. But if it were true, I'd want to get a hold of her in order to get her side of the kidnapping. If she's alive, that would be ideal. There's still one more thing I should mention. I discovered where Michio lived. A student had a list of student addresses on hand. That's an amazing find. I believe all of the students actually have a copy of said list. That's weird. It truly worries me how easy it was to obtain what should have been confidential information. Imagine what would happen if that information got into the wrong hands. Well, so far it hasn't, no? Sure. Let's hope it stays that way. No, that is dangerous. Maybe it has already. In the meantime, it's now possible for us to visit Michio Shinraishi's home. I can imagine the students are uneasy after learning of the murder. It may do them well to stay home for some time, if not for the fear of their safety. The police are probably too wrapped up in solving the case to be concerned about the students' mental health. I can see that. It's important that society provides a safe environment for the benefit of our youth. Some school policies could use some rewriting, especially those handling the students' personal info. That's right. I don't want a student being kidnapped on their way back home ever again. I expect criminals to grow more cunning as time passes. There may be times when the authorities can't keep up. That's where outlaws such as myself come in. What's this about? Ah, actually just forget I said anything. What do you mean outlaws like myself? What? No, now I have to know. It's important. Okay, that's it. So she was already at the park. Does anything new happen? No. The Hihaku Soaps headquarters are on their side of South Warisegui Street. They were closed when I visited this morning, but it appears things are up and running now. To think a small soap-making company could grow so much in such a short time. They got factories and warehouses throughout the area now. You can see why director and now chairwoman Natsuo Yamamori is called the Queen. A chemical producer that ranks 4th largest in the domestic detergent market and 7th largest in the cosmetic market. From its humble beginnings as a small soap factory established after the war in 1946, founder Natsuo Yamamori utilized all her feminine perspective and a well-timed economics boom to boldly lead the company into new markets. Even as the market grew crowded with the industrialization of Sumida City, the company continued to expand, digging its roots deeper into the area. In particular, it established itself as a household name by focusing its branding towards the rapidly expanding convenience store market. Its flagship products now include cosmetics, detergents, soap, shampoo, and more. The company's name, Hihaku, can also refer to a kasuri, a type of flattened fabric. Dude, I think I heard something, and I don't want to be hearing things while playing this game. It's like I had food today, and I have to know if I'm locked. I'll be right back. Okay, it was locked. Alright. We're definitely locked. That's good. What was this about? It's hard for me to remember all of their names. There's like a lot of them. Oh, we have another. Natsue, okay, is the former president of Heihaku Soaps, a large chemical company. Though she retired from her positions 2 years ago, she still wields great influence over the company from her position of chairwoman. Recently, there have been rumors about her possessing strange and powerful magical abilities, earning her the nickname the Witch of Heihaku. Prior to the war, Natsuo enjoyed working her dream job at the textile factory. She was forced to face the bitter reality of the world, however, when the factory was destroyed by a fire during the war, and she was ordered to rework the fabrics she had painstakingly crafted into something more suitable for blue-collar work. Witnessing the rise and popularity of Western-style clothing in the post-war period, she left the textile industry. However, a nod to her past can be seen in her company's name, with Heihaku being another name for kasuri, a type of fabric featuring patterns and images woven with dyed fibers. Having long been dissatisfied with the soap supplied at the textile factory, Natsuo saw a business opportunity and set up her own small soap factory. Taking inspiration from important soap brands, she developed new products which quickly gained a good reputation. Even the shrewd businesswoman, or ever the shrewd businesswoman, Natsuo ran an aggressive promotional campaign on TV, featuring a popular Japanese singer, rapidly turning Hayaku soaps into a household name. Yeah, that'll do it. You mentioned that Takumi works as her secretary? That's correct. Do you think it's possible he's acting on her orders? That's exactly my thinking. A cursed bearer with both money and power could certainly look at resurrection as their next prize. Negotiating with a person of that stature might prove difficult. First, I need to confirm whether Takumi is the man I ran into last night. Then I'll be able to determine if he's a curse bearer. It'll be better if I go inside the headquarters alone. You should walk around, visit a cafe or for some tea, perhaps. Okay. Not sure. Like, we were already at the park. This is the last place, Michio Shireishi's house. That looks like a dump. How did it go? I went to visit Michio Shiraishi's family home. However, no one seemed to be there. I got no answer at the door, and all the lights were out. It seems to have been empty for a while now. There was a stack of newspapers out front. It's a bit quieter over here. It's a residential area after all. All these run-down row houses really scream working class, don't they? I've never liked these messy and cluttered back streets. They give me the jitters every time. It's reassuring to have someone as strong and tall as Richter accompany me. He looks so unfazed. I suppose a detective is used to this kind of thing. Always investigating and chasing criminals. I wouldn't be cut out for it. I don't understand why no one's come to this house, even after Michio's committed suicide. I wonder if this place is okay. You know, nothing about this place is okay. What do you mean? This is terrible. Social connections run deep in working class areas like this place, so I decided to talk to the locals. Met a few nice old ladies who were kind enough to give me the scoop. Turns out, the Shiraishi reputation really went down the dumps this past year. Is that so? I'll give you the quick summary. They moved here about 3 years ago. The previous residence was in a better part of town. Michio's father died in a car accident, leaving behind just the two of them. Michio's mom, Toshiko, now a single mother, relocated here. At first, they got along with their neighbors, many of which were in similar situations, helping and being helped in turn. So far, so good. What happened? Well, as I said, the reputation began to go downhill about a year ago. A man recognized as Toshiko's common-law husband had moved into the household. Oh, right. Her stepfather, right? His name was apparently Kankichiro Iwai. Neighborhood gossip is something else. Somehow everyone knew his name. So what of this Iwai character? He was apparently a vulgar fellow with a criminal record. He was prone to violent outbursts. The neighbors often heard screams and shouting coming from home. The neighbors took particular notice of Toshiko's screams, pleading with him to not hit Michio. That's terrible. As if that wasn't unsettling enough, every night the neighbors also began to hear an eerie chanting. Through this, the Shiraishi standing in the neighborhood plummeted rapidly. I don't like how there seems to be like a shadow, like on the left side. I don't think you can see it from my camera, but now it's gone. It was right there. That was not cool. Toshiko was often seen covered in bruises and wounds. She stopped responding to her neighbors. She would just turn the other way when greeted. They kept their storm shutters closed even during the day, and effectively shut themselves away from the entire community. That sounds horrible. Why didn't the police step in and do something? Unfortunately, under our current laws, the police aren't allowed to get involved with domestic disputes. That's awful. And then Michiru reportedly killed herself. Things only got worse with Iwai, and Toshiko was admitted to the hospital for physical and mental abuse. Ever since, Iwai hasn't returned to the home. Many locals expressed sympathy for Michio's circumstances, but just as many were fed up with Shiraishi's entirely, and seemed relieved that things finally quieted down again. Oh god. It seems that they were still considered outsiders, even after 3 years of living there. I don't understand it. Why would Toshiko have gotten involved in such a brutish good-for-nothing in the first place? I've heard many stories where one partner's personality does a complete turn after entering a relationship. After her first husband's death, Toshiko's financial situation had also taken a turn for the worse. She was determined to send her daughter to a good high school. If possible, she fell victim to sweet promises. Life can be tough, I suppose. You don't seem moved by the story, ma'am. That's fine. People have all kinds of stories. Yeah, I don't think she understands money struggles at all. We've got an achievement. Ace Detective. Maybe we discovered all people. The common law husband of Michio Shiraishi's mother, Toshiko Shiraishi. Kanjikuro started coming and going from the Shiraishi household a little over a year ago. It seems he has served some times in prison, but the details are unknown. Yeah, I think we have... I think this would make it so that we have all of the persons of interest, right? I think so. But the Shiraishi certainly hadn't locked out with theirs, bringing such a violent man into it. There was someone, like on his right side, someone like looking at us. Like it looked like a little ghost. The Shiraishis were dealt a tough hand. I can't imagine what it's like. Could it be the girl was forced by her circumstances to take part in a kidnapping? I can still go somewhere. I'm not sure where to go. Maybe I haven't explored everything. I kind of doubt it. He just like won't talk to me. Was there a particular order in which we had to go? I'm going to go in. It may be a while, so feel free to find somewhere to kill time. Oh, now he wants to go in. Okay. Sorry to keep you waiting. How did it go? I'll fast forward to the conclusion. I met with Takumi. There's no doubt he's the same man I saw last night, but it doesn't seem like he's a curse bear. But that doesn't mean he has no connections to recent curses. He knew about the 7 mysteries. He even guessed we have a curse stone of our own. Excuse me. I tried to approach Takumi about a fallen item after I ran into him last night, however. You said your name was Victor, correct? I have a favor I'd like to ask of you. I'm hoping you would hand over the curse stone in your possession. Curse stone? What are you on about? There's no need to play dumb with me. In fact, there's no time for it. I had all the same reason you did to think you were a curse bearer last night. And your arrival here only confirms it. You're a curse bearer, no? You're right, we lack time. I'll confess, I am a curse bearer. I possess the curse stone of the haunting clappers. Glad to hear the truth. Finally, this conversation is worthwhile. It is a dangerous item you hold. Give it to me. My company will take responsibility to dispose of it. I didn't know the soap businesses specialized in scrubbing curses clean. It's the prerogative of Mrs. Yamamori. Is that so? Assuming you have obtained the curse, you understand the power it involves, no? Mr. Yamamori possesses supernatural powers akin to those of a god. She also has a deep love for this land, having transformed it from the pile of dirt it once was to the home of our headquarters. She cannot stomach the fact that it's now the site of these curses run rampart. So you're telling me the Queen of Hihaku is a real-life witch? She wouldn't appreciate being called that, mind you. There is a sorcerer by the name of Suigen Gamyodo, who's gallantly working behind the scenes, exorcising spirits and the like. Go on. That being so, there have already been instances of the dead coming back to life. You understand the urgency of this matter. These are curses we're speaking of, tools which are used by wicked beings to possess people. The rite of resurrection is nothing but a fabrication meant to seduce the curse bearers into unspeakable action. If you try and understand what I'm talking about, you must hand over that curse stone at once. Very interesting. With that said, just how many curse stones have you acquired so far? If what you tell me is true, surely a company would have launched a large-scale search by now. We have 6. 6? Whoa, I can rest at ease then. And here I thought I was at risk of being cursed. It seems we're on the same page. If that is the case, you should hand over your curse stone immediately. No, they don't have 6, do they? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not actually in my possession at the moment. Considering its importance, I've been keeping it in hiding. Really now. And I'll accompany you while you retrieve it. I'm sorry, but I've got something important to attend to. But I promise I will return with it later. Right? Very well. Then you won't refuse to provide your address and telephone number, I presume. How prudent of you. I'll oblige. And that's how it went. So they aren't after the right after all. I won't be so quick to trust him. I believe that we're dealing with a master in deception. He may well have made up a story to convince us to part ways with our stone. Well, he can't actually have 6, I think, because the professor has... How many does this professor have? Maybe like 4, whatever? And there's a total maximum, I think, of 9. There's supposedly 7. I don't think there's 9. There might be. I think someone mentioned 9 mysteries as well, but I think it's 7. So yeah, 6 doesn't sound correct. I think he was lying about having procured 6 curse stones as well. Like 6? That's excessive. Well, now I feel gullible. The company's plotting something. I wonder what they mean to do with the curse stones. He seemed rather desperate to get a hold of ours, despite us not having collected any soul tracks. Perhaps the people at Hihaku are the masterminds behind the curses being unleashed. Because the chairwoman's a witch. I wonder about that too. If she really were that powerful, would her secretary have divulged that information so casually? Takumi was either making it up as she went, or she's trying to spread a rumor. For what purpose would he do that? Recently, people have been caught up about the occult more than ever before. If word spread that Hikamo's chairwoman has godlike powers, she could very well benefit socially and politically from that mystique. That's unsettling, right? By the way, there's one more thing of interest I heard while in the company's reception lobby. What's that? People were discussing whether one of the bodies found this morning was that of a Hikaku employee. Really? So long as the officials haven't revealed their identity, it all amounts to no more of the speculation, though. Despite that, I've reason to believe Hikaku Soaps is deeply involved with the Seven Mysteries. At the very least, I can assure you I've gathered that much. There's more than we know. The more we know, the better our negotiations will go. In the meantime, we should be off somewhere else. There's no reason to stick around here any longer. I think this street is where we're kind of stuck. So maybe we were supposed to come here last. I doubt anyone's still living here. Hmm? Oh, so you came here too. What is it? Could you repeat what you know one more time for me, Victor? Okay, so they definitely know each other. I'm still not sure about this. Why this is like green. There's something weird about it. Okay, so this is definitely spreading. With dusk fast approaching, they have no time to waste. With that in mind, Tsumi and Eryo direct their investigation towards Komagata High School at the Shiraishi residence. Okay, so they first went to school, right? With the night fast approaching, it's like 9 in the morning. Here we are, Komagata High. Classes are suspended for the day, so the students are just kind of wandering around aimlessly. Komagata High's gymnasium also serves as a polling place and evacuation center. A lot of the buildings around here are still made of wood, but this place looks safe and sturdy. The news of the dead teacher has also attracted a fair share of robber and hackers. The atmosphere is kind of tense with this many cops around. I like the change in music. School gate will stay locked while forensics inspect the scene of the incident. Looks like they're busy. Let's talk to the person in charge later. Is there something on my shirt? Don't tell me I stink. Jesus. This place isn't only connected to the case because the students were under Yoshimi's jurisdiction. It's also the site of Fool's Procession, and of course where that teacher was killed. Seems like a likely place to find some clues, don't you think? Oh right, speaking of schools. What is it? You said Paranormal Affairs can't help us right now. So why don't we get that psychic high schooler you mentioned to help us? A lot of the people involved in this case lead back to the school anyway, so it might make things easier to have them with us. For a guy who questioned me on the legality of working with them, he sure seemed eager to exploit underage labor. Hey, who said anything about exploiting them? I just want to give our young experts the opportunity to shine. When did you become such a smooth talker? Anyway, I'm afraid I don't know where they are. Oh, I see. I wonder if there's anyone who could help us scout the area. Like me. I don't know what he's talking about. Hi, Victor, welcome back. How are you doing today? What's up? Like who? 9 AM. A perfectly reasonable time for students to be at school, and yet I doubt this will be that simple. So we need to find someone to explore this with us. Victor, have you seen any of this game? Or have you played it? I don't think we can find anyone here. Let's just go to the neighborhood. Having a lot of problems and I can't keep focused on something. Aw, feels bad. Oh, feel free to share if it's gonna make you feel better. I hope you solve them all soon. But if we can help and distract you, that's probably what we're gonna do. This game is definitely a distraction. It's so good. It seems like Michio's house is at the end of this road. We don't want to intimidate them, so maybe I should go alone. The houses are really crammed together in these narrow alleyways. Strangers like us walking through definitely stand out. It really feels like old Tokyo. Yeah, this game is crazy good. The story is amazing. Anyways, checking the Shiraishi house at the end of the road. This street is really narrow, so two big guys like us would stick like a pair of sore thumbs. That means that we need to get him to go alone? It's quiet. This place is normally pretty lively, full of people coming and going. But it seems like everyone decided to stay inside because of the recent incidents. Header is checking the Shiraishi house at the end of the road. Okay. So what do we do? Can I talk to him? Like, we can only go to 2 places, can we not? There's something that we're missing. Okay, so we read that already. They said that we can talk to the person in charge later. Yoshimi also looked out for these students as a Sumida city officer. Juvenile delinquency has been a growing problem for years now. This school is no exception. The midpoint of the Showa era saw a marked increase of delinquency among young people. A wave of violent incidents targeting teachers as well as students and often involving weapons consumed the nation's middle and high schools. Bosuzoku motorcycle gangs also enjoyed their heyday around this time. Japanese arrest rates reached a historical peak during this period, and pompadured Yankees and female sukeban delinquents became a common sight on the streets. This youth rebellion is often framed as a reaction to universal education policy or the pressure of highly competitive entrance exams, but the causes are likely manifold, extending far beyond the deficiencies of the education system. Sad TTRPG, I haven't seen much these days. I see. Yeah, it's been pretty busy for me too, but I'm actually very happy that these days I found some time to actually stream in the afternoon. I'll be right back. Get up a lot today because I'm trying to blow my nose and I can't because it's like falsely stuffed. It feels stuffed, but there's nothing in there, and I'm not getting enough air. It sucks. And I'm getting cold because I thought the window would help, but I had to close it because it's actually getting freezing outside again. It's like I thought we were done with it. I wonder if there's anyone who could help us scout the area. Like who? Are we stuck here? Is this a puzzle? Am I missing someone? Like, who could be helping us explore this? Okay, I guess it's time for my brain to just wake up a little bit. Think. Is there somewhere where we haven't been yet? What did we do wrong? You can try to press your nose with your fingers quickly a few times. That helps me. Yeah, I've been trying to do that as well, and unfortunately, it hasn't been helping. Maybe your best bet that we didn't, or the best that we didn't find her parents. That's great, but who are we gonna find who's going to help us? See, I don't know how to progress from here. Oh, there's a bird. I haven't been finding a lot of birds, but now that I'm taking a look at everything... Oh, Tsushiraishi household. Okay, I'll go check the house. Oh, okay, so he was able to go through it. Ario is off checking the Shiraishi household. I'll just wait till he gets back. Okay. What do you mean wait until he gets back? Well, when is he gonna be back? Oh, there he is. How did that happen? Oh, you're back. No luck, boss. No one home? Doesn't look like it. I knocked for a while, but nobody came to the door. I glanced at the windows, but there was no sign of activity inside either. And I saw about 3 newspapers stuffed into their mailbox. Okay, so we have to suspend this. We cannot do anything here because our story hasn't changed. It's so weird. Start from location selection. I'm gonna go to the high school. Because they needed someone to scout. They needed to meet her. So that she can help them, I think. I think that's the circumstance that we needed to change. And so, Mio and Yako decided on their next location to investigate. What? Is this still suspended? Start from Hamarata High School. Maybe not. Oh, okay, we changed their circumstance. Yay us! That's so bizarre. Here we are. Hamarata High. Okay, so there are the difference. News of that teacher. Okay. Perfect. Female student, female student. Huh? That's... Boss, what is it? You want to talk to those girls? I do. Yes. Yeah, it is cool, right? I do. This is divine intervention. We are divine intervention, apparently. We were brought here for a reason. Come on, Ario. Oh, what? Oh, so we were supposed to do the stories in order. We would have known to send them here because that's where the story ended. Because the previous story ended with them not having anyone to help them scout. That's okay. Yeah, aren't you? Must be that high schooler skirting the child labor laws who I heard so much about. Say that again? Sorry about that. He's with me. Mr. Tsusumi, if that's how you feel, maybe you should look into improving my working conditions. I'd prefer not to work for free, to be honest. Don't you worry about that. If you help us out, you can have whatever you want. Boss's treat. Wait, really? Thank you so much. I've always wanted to go to a fancy sushi place. I thought she was talking about money. Yeah, like one of those places in Ginza. I've never been. Let's go. We got ourselves a deal. Right, boss? Oh my god, he's so sleazy. The girls are at our service. Hold on now. What just happened? I never said I'd. Sushi? Looking forward to it, boss. Wait, since when were you included? You guys are funny. You should do stand up. They're like cringe, aren't they? So, how much have you been able to figure out? Well, I know what happened around midnight last night. Someone invoked the Feast of Shadows, which boosted the power of curses, then brought forth the 7 mysteries of Honjo. That allows even those who do not have the power to cast curses to gather the soul dregs from the Rite of Resurrection. Yeah, that's gonna be real expensive. She should have just asked for money, to be honest. At least that's my hypothesis. Sounds about right so far. As I'm sure you know, there's actually 9 mysteries, not 7. When the Feast of Shadows was cast, the cursed stones appeared before those who wanted the right at the locales for the 7 mysteries. I managed to gather 3 cursed stones so far, including the one I got first, the Evergreen Beach. Okay, so it is actually completely possible that the company has 6 curses, isn't it? You got 3 already, wow. We have the Cursed Stone of the Fool's Procession. Well, Yako, the girl standing behind me, does. That's me. Yako, the girl standing behind me, oh. She does. Is she alright? You can take it off your hands. Well, the Feast of Shadows has no effect during the day, and there's still something I want to find out. Alright, I'll leave the Fool's Procession with you two then. Huh? You want to talk to me? You're probably better off asking Mio. What? Why? Yeah, let's look at the scene. What's that rope all about? It indicates where Yonoichi's body was found. They moved his body, but this way, we still have an idea of how it was found. Yikes, that's a little gross. You can even see how his arms and legs are all... Ew! Cool it, Ariel. You're scaring her. This kind of stuff is like a little much for a kid. I'm pretty sure that she only asked because you were staring at it so intently. That's enough. Mia, what do you think? I knew it the second I looked at the scene. You're right. Traces of a curse still linger here. I figured as much. Does that mean Jonoichi was killed by one of the curses of the 7 mysteries? Yes, a strong curse like that always leaves behind a trace. Mom, you're so calm. Are you used to this kind of thing? I wouldn't say I'm used to it. It comes with experience, I guess. No, I've heard some stories about you. Then you investigate a gruesome scene where someone had been killed by a paranormal attack without even breaking a sweat. Stop it, Mr. Tsutsumi. You're just going to get the wrong idea. Whoa, that's amazing! Yeah, you're a professional. You think? Totally! You're cool even in the face of death. That's awesome. When you put it like that, I'm not sure how awesome it is. So curse was used here, which means the curse bearer must have been on the scene too. Forensics is still investigating the area. I didn't really want to bring these kids to a place like this, but there were too many onlookers outside for us to speak comfortably. Besides, it would be good to have Mia look around the scene too. Thank you. Please keep collecting the other curse stones. I'll be looking for a way to stop the Feast of Shadows. Okay, got it. That should make things go more smoothly. What about the other curse bearers? Have you run into any of them? Well, last night at school. You were here last night? Yes. You see... Huh. You two are using a spirit board. That's so cool. So that's when you ran into the curse echo. I'm glad you survived the encounter. Somehow, we managed to get away without accidentally setting it off. The curse echo we saw took the shape of a woman missing an arm and a leg. What? A woman missing an arm and a leg. That's the one-sided read, right? This is bad. Oh, what's so bad about that one? You idiot thing! The curse bearer of the one-sided reed is Najima. Fumichika Najima. He admitted it himself. That's his curse. Oh, that's right. Wait, but if that's the case, Najima might have been there last night. Maybe they were right. Maybe it is the friggin' janitor after all. What? I mean, it's possible that he was lying to us, but... What? Who's Najima? No clue. I'm starting to really think that it's the freaking janitor. So Najima's trying to take advantage of the Feast of Shadows for his own nefarious purposes. Huh? He said he's going to massacre the city at sundown today. And he's trying to get to your daughter too. That's why we've been trying to find him, but to no avail. Honestly, this information has been the most useful we've gotten so far. So just be sure. Did you tell me who else was at school last night? Well, as far as we know, there was Mr. Yanuchi and one of our classmates, Hitomi. Don't forget old man Ashimiya. Wait, Hitomi, do you mean Hitomi Okuda, second year student? Well, yes, why? Boss! So she was here last night. I don't know, like, they did say that the janitor looks like he had a much more interesting life than he appears, and he is creepy. He's creepy as shit. And he could have gotten a new identity. I don't know. I kind of think that it is him, but... I saw Hitomi earlier, though, and she didn't seem like a curse bearer to me. You did? Did you talk to her? Yes. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions about that? Hitomi said she didn't want to talk to the police because she was afraid she'd become a suspect. So I can't really tell you anything unless you swear you won't drag her into this. I see. Don't worry, this is about a different matter. A different matter? I mean about that police officer, Mr. Yoshimi. You know about that? Did Hitomi say something about him? Yes, she did. Actually... If we're talking about people who were at school last night, there was one more person, though I'm not too clear on the details. There was someone else. Apparently, Hitomi saw Mr. Yanuchi getting cursed and killed last night. What? Talk about some vital information. What she said happened was... Michio was the one who killed Mr. Yanuchi? Are you sure it was really Michio that she saw? Well, that's what she told me. I wasn't there. That must mean that there was another curse bearer here last night. Yanuchi was killed by a curse. Someone had to have been there, whether it was Michio or not. Damn, boss. Do you think it really could have been Michio's ghost? Based on what we've heard, she does have plenty of reasons to be vengeful. Calm down. Just because the paranormal exists doesn't mean just anything is possible. It's still possible that Najima was behind Yanuchi's death. But what about Hitomi's story? And about this janitor, Ashimiya, was it? Oh, okay, here we go. How old is he? Do you know how long he's worked here? Huh? Why are you so interested in him all of a sudden? I only just transferred to the school though, so I have no idea. He's around 50 years old. See? He would fit the profile. He came to our school about half a year ago. No one knows what he did before, so there are all kinds of rumors about him. I see. Thanks. I think I'm starting to get a better picture of all this. Huh? Listen up. It's not uncomfortable for former prisoners to find work under an alias after their release. But, like, I honestly doubt that they would send him to school after literally cutting up a schoolgirl into pieces. Who would make a misstep like that? The notoriety attached to their former name can get in the way of their proper rehabilitation, you see. What are you... No way. There we go. Have the officers apprehended the janitor? He worked the night shift, so he still might be in the overnight room. Yes, right away. Boss, bad news. Apparently the room's been empty all morning. Sounds like they've been looking to question Ashimiya too, but couldn't find him anywhere. No. That all but confirms it. Just one more thing to check. Are there any photos of this Ashimiya? The old man seriously hated getting his picture taken. He'd always avoid it. Ariel, call an urgent search for Matoyo Ashimiya. We can't let him get away. Yes, sir. I'll contact HQ right away. Yeah, they lost track of him. They lost track of his, they lost track of his, I guess where he lived. But not his job, right? I don't know where they said he worked. Oh my, I didn't expect this at all. Yeah, how could that old man have been some horrible criminal mastermind? I can't believe it. And a curse bearer on top of that. To think he was so close to us this whole time gives me the chills. A guy like that really shouldn't have been allowed to work at a high school. Let's hope it isn't already too late. Oh! I may have shown Ashimiya my curse stone last night. What? I don't like this one bit. Nejima said he wasn't specifically targeting curse bearers, but I have to have one earphone in. Like, I keep hearing noises. I'm glad nothing happened to you. Wait, but then, could it have been old man Ashimiya who attacked you in the hallway? I almost told him that you were still in the building too. What, you did? Yikes, good thing I didn't say anything. You might have gotten very lucky there, kid. This is too much. I hope they find him soon. Come on, long arm of the law, help us. Hitomi did say that Mr. Yoshimi entrusted her with something. He did. What was it? Yoshimi gave her a talisman. Yes, apparently asked her to look out for one just like it, one that Michio had. What kind of talismans could it be, boss? Doesn't ring a bell. What if those two are actually like the curse number 8 and 9? Because if they're not the curses that we know, what if those are... But if Yoshimi was talking about him with this dying breath, they must have been pretty important. Did they find a talisman on Michio where her body was found? I'll check, but if they did, Yoshimi would have had plenty of time to retrieve it before he died. Right. What would you consider giving us Hitomi's contact info? I'd like to talk to her about this talisman. I'm not sure. She never opened up to anyone except Mr. Yoshimi. I'm no good, huh? I was friends with Yoshimi, though. He didn't seem like too bad of a guy. Not all that scary for a cop. But I doubt that I'll be enough for her. She really doesn't want to end up becoming a suspect. To be honest, she was even a bit wary of us. Well then. Do you think she talked to Yoshimi's fiancé? Haven't they met before? Oh, they have. She told us about that. Yes, she might be willing to talk to her. Alright, then we better find her fast. You haven't been able to reach her? That's a little worrying. Mary Jizawa. We'll let you know as soon as we manage to contact her. Okay, I'd be willing to give Hitomi's contact information to her. Oh, right, one more thing. Hitomi told me that Mr. Yoshimi gave her instructions in the event that something happened to him. He told her to give the talisman to Mr. Nakagoshi from the police headquarters. Wait, so it was the Nakagoshi case? Why would Yoshimi tell her that? Could you check on that? I will, but I don't know if they'll pick up when I call. Is he with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? Well, yes, Nakagoshi's the chief. but he's almost never in, so I don't really know the guy. To be honest, I'm not even sure if he exists or he's just a figurehead. I've never spoken to him himself. All of paranormal affairs cases are referred to as Nakagoshi cases. Jesus, what's up with that? This amulet Hitomi was looking for may be the missing puzzle piece to this mystery. To put a stop to the Feast of Shadows, it would help if I knew more about the curses of the 7 mysteries and how they came about. I see. In that case, you're probably best off talking to that crabby researcher guy. You mean Mr. Araishi? I would very much like to talk to him. Alright, he's a teacher here too, isn't he? Well, she should know him, right? You would know him already. You might be more inclined to talk if there's no one on if it's one of his students doing the asking. Do you know where he is? I do. We tried to talk to him, but he refused to cooperate. But you two should give it a try. He's at his usual cafe working on his papers. The cafe? Oh, Kuriokiyo Cafe in Kamizawa. Where is that? Thanks. We'll head over there now. Oh, school rules say we're not allowed to go to cafes, though. Don't worry about it. I'll allow it. Thank you. That's all it takes? So wait, they're high school and they can't go to, like, any sorts of bars or anything? It's usually easier to let Aichi do the talking when it comes to young people, but we only have a day. It'll be quicker if I take the reins for this time. But he did manage to win them over with the promise of food. Let's see how this plays out. There must be a mastermind behind everything. Someone who orchestrated all this for a reason. I want to find out why. What was that thing you mentioned about Michio earlier? Something about a grudge. Did you know anything about her? What's your relation? I'm her friend. I was actually planning to resurrect her at first. I see. Well, we gained quite a lot of information from you two. It's only fair that we share as well. Tell her, Ario. Keep in mind that this is just a theory, though. Okay. After re-examining the crime scene, Yoshimi concluded that Michio's death wasn't a suicide but a peculiar collision. Wait, what? An accident? Being hit by a speeding truck or a van would have resulted in similar injuries. The investigation was ordered by Yoshimi, so it seems he had his doubts about it being a suicide. What? A van? Speeding? Yako, what's wrong? Are you okay? Wait, what? Is she remembering something? A van. There's a young man in the driver's seat. Wait, is this a vision? And a woman in the passengers. What? Jesus. Yes. Wait, was I? Are you back now? How do you feel? You're covered in sweat. Yeah, I'm okay, I think. Sorry, I went a little crazy there. It's no problem, as long as you're okay. I was quite surprised, though. What was that? Was that like a vision? Is that what she has now? Yoshimi talked to you about Michio, didn't she? Well, he didn't give me any specifics, if you're wondering about that. So I don't know if what was truly on Michio's mind either. Right. Do you have any idea why Yonuchi was so scared of Michio? What? Well, about that. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but... I see. Well, I half expected it was something like that. Thank you for telling me. Sorry, it's hard to explain. I wonder what he... I wonder what he got his hands on to be able to blackmail her like that. Oh, they told her about the teacher thing. They told them, that is. Michio, what happened? Hey boss, forensics is calling. I'll go see what they have to say. Sure, thanks. Boss, they found this on the ground a short distance away from the scene. What is that? A ribbon. Yeah, the kind you see to tie up your hair. What? I've never seen that ribbon before. You have? No, I've seen that ribbon before. You have? Go on then. That's the ribbon that Michio always used to wear. What? Doesn't that mean that Michio was here? Okay, she might really be a ghost. But I don't know. A ghost that can do things. What, like a poltergeist? Are you sure? Definitely. I have the same one at home. We bought them together. That has to be hers. Then, did she come back to life somehow? But how? Maybe someone brought her up. Was this Michio and I... If I was Michio and I came back to life, where would I go? That's the question. She got her revenge on John Uchi, but she may have more revenge to dish out. Is there anyone else she'd have a grudge against? Well, what about the guy who killed her in the collision? If she really did come back to life, then it's terribly sad that she's spending her new chance at life like this. Well, maybe you should learn to not revive ghosts. Being obsessed with the revenge is such a tragic way to live. I'm afraid that's all we can tell you. Don't worry, you were a big help. Thank you. We should start our search for Najima and Maruchizawa. Might be worth to check Michio's house as well, just in case. Let's use the school as our base of operations. If anything happens, go to one of the officers hanging around here. Got it. Thank you and good luck. Yeah, I'll go talk to Mr. Araishi about a way to lift his curse. Alright, boss. Let's get going whenever you're ready. Like, where can we go anyway? Dead or alive? Okay, so basically, Mommy's story is continuing, but we don't get to continue the... Okay, we don't get to continue this one. Escape for Kamagata High. This is confusing for me. Like, why this looks like it can be replayed or whatever. It's beyond me. Be right back. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe this is, or this might be about the janitor. If he is if that is actually Najima, that means that, you know, if we had sent her, if we had sent him to the high school or whatever, if we had said that, you know, that we're waiting for her, rather than saying, I guess, that we lost something or forgot about something, I think that could have affected it. Please don't let me forget about the water, because I put up some water for the tea and it's still heating, but I might forget about it. Okay, what were we doing? Okay, so we can continue Mom's story. Dead or alive. Haru and Rita visit Michio's home, having determined her to be a key player in the unresolved kidnapping case from the year before. As the complicated story begins to unravel, they encounter two men. Ma'am, allow me to introduce one of our country's most elite detectives. His name's June Ario. I'd hardly call myself elite, but either way, it's nice to meet you. This here is the brilliant Chief Inspector Tsusumi. And yes, he's just as rough and tumble as he looks. Sometimes I really don't know if you're complimenting or putting me down. So you two are detectives. That's my client, Mrs. Haruo Shigima. Her father is a big deal in the police himself, so remember to mind your manners. A big wig named Shigima. Boss, you know this guy? Shit, I've heard the name, but you know I don't keep track of who's who in the upper echelons. There's no need to worry. I'm my own person after all, and my father has nothing to do with any of this. Did you hear that, boss? Looks like you're getting off easy again this time. Don't make it sound like I'm involved in some shady business. I ain't like that. You both seem rather jovial despite being detectives. How rare. All the police officers I've met have always been so dull. Well, you won't find any dull cops here. We'll round up all your criminals with a smile. That is our motto. How lovely. Keep it up. Just hold on 1 second. This is the first I'm hearing of that. Well, you're right about them not being your typical detectives. I thought we might cause trouble standing in the middle of the street talking like this, but so far we haven't drawn attention. Then again, that just might be because nobody wants to get involved with the case. It seems they were acquainted, but also like they haven't talked in a long time. Oh, there's a bird. Damn, there was one here. Lucky, that's number 12, the Royal Kingpin going. Oh, that's all. Oh, so when she's here, you also get a dialogue. He seems like he's got a lot of experience working the streets. Most of the officers I know are the bureaucratic desk jockey types. The contrast is rather striking. A young and energetic detective, he seems to have a strong sense of justice. If my son had the chance to grow older, perhaps he would have become an officer, just like him. That's sad. What brings you here, Richter? You on a case? Oh, the two of them went to school together, right? That's right. I'm picking up the police's slack. I trust you remember the kidnapping and murder case from last year. Oh, I remember now. You're that Haruo Shigima from the kidnapping case. Did I miss something? Don't be an idiot. It was the case where Munasada Shigima's grandson was kidnapped. Which must have been your son, ma'am. Indeed, the story was suppressed by the news. In the end, it was considered a huge failure on the police department's part. Most of the investigation was conducted in secret, and unfortunately the department is unwilling to reopen the case. Any investigation carried out afterwards turned up nothing at all, which is why I'm now on the job. So they never caught the culprit, huh? That's rough. So your findings have brought you to this place then? That's right. An individual concerned connected to the case used to live around here. Used to. That's right. As of last week, they're deceased. We'd hoped to talk to the family. No one was home when I checked last time, so we figured we'd try again. Interesting. Oh, I wonder if he knows that we're talking about her. Sure doesn't look good on the police to be mishandling cases like this. If there really was a culprit, it should be our responsibility to bring them to justice. Well, I do consider the police my people. So you consider the blame to be shared. You got a stern side as well, I see. By the way, ma'am, this might be sudden, but there's something I'd like to confirm with you. And that is? Do you happen to know anything about 7 Mysteries of Honjo? The unsettling music again. Sorry, Chief, but that's hardly... With all due respect, investigator, I think my question was addressed to the lady. If you insist. What do you say, ma'am? Can you tell us anything? I don't know much. Well, we need to get her to give him the stone, maybe, right? Can't say I know much. Is that so? Well, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Well, she at least didn't lie to him. What would happen if she had lied? Or maybe she did lie, I guess. But he has that truth thing, right? So we shouldn't be lying, just in case we can kill someone. Come to think of it, I heard some things about this area last night. Something about a strange yet conspicuous man, dressed in white, loitering around. Wait a second. I assume they were talking about you, investigator. Well, I won't argue that I'm strange and conspicuously dressed in white. And as it turns out, I was out here last night to conduct my investigation. Did you run into anything strange or out of the ordinary? Out of the ordinary? Yes, I did observe a few suspicious characters. You were asking about curses just now. Why would a public servant be interested in the occult? Boss Richter's a smart man. He can help us if we tell him what we know. I can't promise I'll be of any help to you, but I'm interested in hearing what you gotta say. Something is happening in Honjo, isn't there? It must be something big if they've got you head office guys on it. Well, guess it is alright. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Thank you, boss. Listen closely to what we're about to say, Richter. So by using curses to commit murders, these people collect soul dregs to perform the rite of resurrection. And these curse stones are somehow connected to the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. It's a tough story to swallow, but I don't see no reason to doubt you either. We figured the strange occurrences, what he's doing with his mouth is just hilarious, happening around here recently are connected to these curses. To get the situation under control, we've been searching for the curse bearers to confiscate their curse stones. Do you have any information that might help us? That's tough. I never experienced curses and other mumbo-jumbo to play into this all. But if we were talking about talking shady characters, who was this middle-aged fellow I saw on South Wadasekui Street? He had an average build. He was anxious, like he was searching for prey. Boss, what do you think? Well, considering the location, it could have been Hideki Araishi. You already got his curse stone. Impressive. You two are working quick. Did you see anything else? Not that I can remember. That's a shame. If we played as a detective, we could have used the curse. I guess knowing how to deal with cops is also part of an investigator job. Not quite. The two of us used to be comrades is all. Comrades. That's right. Ritter used to be part of the police force himself. He quit a few years ago to go solo. That's so. You should give it a try, Ario. There is more freedom in working as a private investigator. I can't say much for the quality of life though. It's been 2 years, right? I hadn't heard of you since you quit. I didn't think your business would last, but here you are. You sure you don't want to return to the force? We'd take you back with open arms. What? To sit on my ass and watch the birds fly? I'll take a pass. I don't belong in that world. Come on, Richter. We need your talent. The public needs you. No, you don't. This is my calling. The police will manage just fine without me. I'll keep on tying up all your loose ends, saving the little birdies you abandoned. Can't believe you were actually part of the police force once. There's a story behind everything, ma'am. I don't regret my time on the force. I wouldn't have the connections I have today without it. If you see any characters who look like they might be carrying a curse stone, it'd be a huge help if you let us know. Absolutely. I'll let you know if I find anything. Richter, perhaps you can lend a hand on our case too. There's a number of people we can't track, and finding missing persons happens to be your specialty, no? I love how the two of them just know and they're just going with this. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm busy enough with this case. The faith of my clients is what keeps me afloat. I have to prioritize requests by the order in which they come. I see. Well, can't say that's not fair. What do you need a private investigator for anyway? The cops should have plenty of bright folks to throw at the job. True, but this isn't an ordinary case we're dealing with her here. Huh? By the way, that reminds me, Richter. Yes? You said the person who used to live here died last week. You wouldn't be referring to Michio Shiraishi by chance. You knew. I thought so. It seems like we're here for the same reason then. Seriously, Michio was involved with curses and magic. Strictly speaking, the curse part isn't our concern. We're looking into Yoshimi's case. Yoshimi? Oh right, Hajime Yoshimi's. That's right. He died on the job. I'm sure you've heard of it. I heard. It was a most unfortunate loss. So there's a connection between Hajime Yoshimi of the Juvenile Division and Michio. Well, hold on. Let's focus on Michio for a second. You think she had something to do with the kidnapping? You know, this is getting really twisted. Talk about unforeseen developments. Exchanging information should prove mutually beneficial. I'll tell you what I know, but in turn I want the full scoop on your findings concerning Michio. Sure, to tell you the truth. What? You believe Michio's ghost is the one who killed Mr. Yanuchi? So he wasn't just mumbling nonsense. I mean, we haven't fully confirmed anything yet, but the testimonies we've heard and the evidence we found points in that direction. Testimony? You mean for those psychic high schoolers? Didn't they also say there was a chance Michio hadn't killed herself? Wait, if that's all true, then did you figure something out? Kankichiro Iwai. What? Kankichiro Iwai. He'll be the next victim. The stepfather? Wait, what? We have to open the door to the Shinraishi's house. We need to look inside. Hey, what's gotten into you? Oh, so if Michio is a ghost, and if she's going around taking revenge on people, I suppose? That's possible, because he would be the next one who's hurt her, right? Boss? I'm sure the landlord would give us the key if we asked. Screw that. You know how long that could take? We can ask for permission later. Richter? Hey Richter, calm down. We can't just... Take that, you shitty door. That's how you do it. Richter, get a hold of yourself. I see you're still the same as always. Everyone, come quick. Look at this. Oh god. He's dead. What's up with this room? Boss, there's a dead body in here. Whoa, could that be Michio's dad? Well, stepdad, I guess. Nah, he's her stepdad at best, if that. It's got to be the body of Kanichiro Iwai. There's no doubt about it. The man's a goner. He's gotten real messed up. Looks like he's been like this for a while. I'd say it happened last night. Edio, did you find Yanuichi's body in the same state? Now you mention it, it looked as though Kohei Yanuichi had died from a number of heavy blows. What are you suggesting, investigator? It was Michio Shiraishi. She's alive. She used the power of the curses and basically killed him. That's ridiculous. You're suggesting she actually revived. It's got to be that. And if she's alive, then... Holy shit. My apologies for interrupting. I know we just arrived at an interesting plot point. But do you really think a dead girl is going around taking revenge from beyond the grave? Consider this. What if Michio Shiraishi never died? Who would have been the girl in her place then? But seeing as you've come this far, I'm sure you already know the truth, don't you? And so, I would have you answer me a question. Where in Honjo was Michio Shiraishi at the hour of 8 o'clock this morning? What? I wasn't following. I don't get it. Where was she? What? What? Is it possible that... Right? I think it is interesting. Huh. I saw someone when they were like at the apartment complex. I said that there was a shadow. There was a shadow, but then the shadow disappeared. I think she was around here because I remember that the detectives were there. She was either here or there's something about... I don't know, I'm gonna say she was here. Because I know that I said that there was like a silhouette behind my camera, but you couldn't see it, but I remember it. Could be wrong. But... I see, so that's what you think. Let's take a moment to reconsider what you know and choose again. What? She could have been at the school, she could have been... I don't know, I'm very clueless. Do you have any thoughts? I'm gonna turn off my water because I have to bring my tea. If you have any guesses, I'm all ears. Because apparently she was not there, even though we saw... I think... Well, I'm gonna give this more thought. See, I can't remember the times that were being shown on my screen. So let's think about this logically. I'm gonna not put on my headphones because the music is distracting. She could have been like, how would you know? She knew a residence. This is no. I'm trying to remember each location and what I need to know about it. I don't know, I'm so confused. Like, there's a candy shop, Sonoya. Like, I have this. It's probably not true, but like this would have been my second guess, because what if Yako either got followed home from like the school or something like that, or if she got somehow like, well, not possessed, but she wouldn't have been somewhere random. She would have been somewhere where she knows who someone is. Like, this would... Like, I have this strange feeling that... No, she's not possessed. She's not... I'm gonna go with it. Like, I can't explain it. I don't have like a proper explanation or anything, but all of this started with two of them looking into her death. And I don't know why. I don't have an explanation for it. I see. Very well. Congratulations, you are correct. I can't explain it though. I don't know why. I just have this... You got it wrong one time. Well, it is a trivial matter. Thanks for counting, though. May have been easier to reach that conclusion had you considered the cause of death. Cause of whose death? Everyone died in this game. Oh god, there was like a preview. Of like, I think Yako had like a vision or something when she was at the school, I think. Of like either a car accident or whatever. I have a feeling that there's something about Yako, like her being like possessed or influenced or something like that. She had this vision. And the way she died, well, died supposedly, is the same way her stepdad died, and the same way that the dude died. But okay, he's gonna explain it to us, right? Let's get back to the story then, shall we? I've taken up enough of your time. No, no, come back. No. What? So you really think Michio Shiraishi is alive? Just thinking through and it all becomes obvious. How is it obvious? It tracks, but do you really think that Kofu managed all this? First of all, area, go report this to HQ. Understood. I'll get on it right away. So she can't be a ghost. She's alive. Like, actually alive? I'll start investigating this place. It sure isn't lacking in stuff that needs looking at. Yeah, all these pictures are pictures of the janitor. So she was looking into that. I don't know. So There's a bunch of photos of the same person pasted on the wall over there. Not the janitor, but Najima. But maybe that's the same person, right? Huh? Whoa now, hold on. These photos. They're all of Fumichika Najima. Gross. Really, come to think of it, he was in the papers a lot back in the day. Yeah, he lost a ton of weight, didn't he? There's even more posted up there. They're all cutouts from the newspapers and magazines about the Najima murders. I don't get it. Why the weirdo shrine? Let's keep looking around. What the fuck? The sliding door leads to the kitchen and barely fits the frame. There are old books scattered everywhere. I wonder what they're all about. Many of them are written in a foreign language. It'll be a pain to look through all of these. Let's save them for later and continue to look around. Look at all these. Picture of Fumichika Najima cut out from newspapers and magazines. Whoever put these up was obsessed. I wonder what their intent was. You'd think the Shinoishis are somehow connected to Najima's case. Perhaps they did this as to not forget a grudge or something. It's crazy to think Najima might be involved in all this too. Huh. Do you think he might have anything to do with the body here? Maybe. The man's already out on parole. He is a curse bearer with a cursed stone now. He announced that from sundown today, he'll be going on a killing spree. Oh dear. There's an emergency search underway as we speak, but no one's yet managed to get a hold of the bastard. So he hasn't changed his ways. That doesn't bode well. And she knows. To tell you the truth, the lady here isn't completely unconnected from the Majima murders either. You don't say. That's right, we talked about it last night. 20 years ago, I found the hand in Sumida River that brought the incident to light. You don't say. You were the kid from back then. You were really brave. You did a great deed. Were you the detective I spoke with? I had no idea. So you two have met before. Fancy that. I've been worried that Fumichika Najima might bear resentment towards you, ma'am. You might be right. Unfortunately, that asshole is quite a resentful type. Oh dear. That asshole. I wonder who put the idea in his head. And now he's got the one-sided read too. He's threatening to massacre the people of Honjo at sundown. Seriously? On top of that, he's been itching to get revenge on me as well. Of all things, the man's gone and threatened to kill my daughter. Damn, that sure is a threat. Certainly can't afford to stay put here. The fucker wants to get us all antsy. When I finally get to arresting him, it'll be with a cool head. Not gonna give him the pleasure, huh? Well, if Iwaya and Fumichika Najima have anything to do with each other, then this room might hold a clue to Najima's location. Let's hope so. The person who put all these photos up must have been obsessed with Najima. He might have had some relation to Najima's victims, or perhaps it was the opposite. The opposite. What if it wasn't loathing, but admiration? But then... no way. What? It's the same man in every picture. Is that Fumichika Najima? It's quite a spectacle. I don't think I'll ever manage to erase this from my mind. It's disgusting. Murray Richter, you're quite the spectacle yourself. You mean to compare me with the likes of a bizarre criminal? It's gross, isn't it? This drawer is really old. Chief Inspector, do you mind if I look inside? Huh? I mean, in normal cases, only the police would be allowed to touch things, right? Right, area isn't here, so let me take a look at it. There's just clothes in here. Not much variety either. Can't say they were big spenders. I was hoping to find a talisman here, but I guess we're not so lucky. I see. Thank you anyway. With the window and the storm shutter closed, no light gets in here at all. It's pitch black. The neighbors mentioned they started to keep the house shut like this not long ago. It's off-putting to look at, but I can't help but wonder what in the world this is. They're magic runes. They're used in Western black magic rituals. Most of the time they're useless imitations, though. I wouldn't get too excited about it. Oh my, who knew the chief inspector was such an expert on the occult? I just chanced upon that information. The girl with the spirit sense we mentioned, she's pretty informed on the subject. Someone was attempting to perform Western black magic in this place. Pretty absurd, if you ask me. Of course, the person in question was dead serious about it all. While magic is often classed as a branch of mysticism, or many variously refer to the likes of witchcraft or astrology, here it refers specifically to Western black magic. In the Middle Ages, the line between science and magic was blurred, with the pursuit of the supernatural considered a legitimate academic discipline. Astrology was regarded akin to astronomy, while alchemy was accepted as a scientific fact and would eventually evolve into what is today known as chemistry. One discipline, however, was considered wicked and shunned accordingly: black magic, the practice of using magical knowledge to strike a bargain with the demons. In contrast to the socially acceptable studies by the intelligentsia, black magic was most prolific among the lower classes. It was the common people who suffered most from the ills of the day: war, famine, and sickness, which perhaps led them to seek aid from unholy powers. As heresy, those rituals and spells were nowhere to be found in orthodox modes of teaching, but instead were recorded in tomes of dubious credibility. Looks like the things spread around here have been like this for a while now. This ritual or whatever, something he attempted up to recently. Plenty of the neighbors mentioned having heard strange mantra-like noises coming from here during the night. You think Iwai was the one chanting? Hard to say. Could have been one of the Shiraishis as well. If we look through these books in the back, we might learn whatever it is they were trying to do. Okay, there's more books to look into. Well, didn't they say that they wanted me to look at the books? There's nothing around to confirm his identity, but by the looks of him, I'd say it's Kaiichiko Iwai. You've seen him before? I heard he had a criminal record, so I assumed he wouldn't have held a respectable occupation. Is this what a curse does to a person? Ma'am, it'd be better to not look so closely. It's amazing. What? She's so weird. Cruel is what it is. These aren't just cut from publications. They even snapped a number of shots of their own. They must have admired him. Why else would they have collected so many pictures? Ugh. Whatever the case, it's certain they were obsessed. Well, maybe they were looking into him. I doubt anyone would be that obsessed with him. It's really creepy. What do you see, Chief? Would you let me look through it if I wore gloves? Well, it's not like I'm any help with foreign languages. Go ahead. Thank you. There seems to be a book on Western black magic. The same runes are written here, alongside detailed descriptions of the procedures. I suppose you'd call these grimoires. It's all a bunch of nonsense, if you ask me, though. You think this Iwai guy was studying them? Perhaps to perform some kind of ritual. There are a bunch of handwritten notes beside the grimoires. Whoever it was, they were serious about this. Iwai doesn't look the type to be into the stuff, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But why would he be studying black magic? According to the materials, this here rune is for the restoration of youth. Perhaps he was trying to become young again. This over here seems to be black magic related to resurrection. Each one of these spells requires a human sacrifice. Talk about dangerous. Resurrection, like the rite. I guess no matter what part of the world, people will turn to the occult for similar reasons. Decorations. There's candles and stones with inscriptions placed all over. Are these tools for some ritual? You don't touch anything, you hear? Ah, that's right. Considering this is a murder scene, we ought to leave everything as it is. All of this can be used as evidence. If anyone besides forensic toys with it, it will cause trouble down the road. What is it? This looks like a journal. It's probably EY's. A journal. His writing is surprisingly thorough. It's almost as if he was writing a report for someone. What? Oh wow, now this is something. What is it? What did he write? This is quite the find. Let me give you a summary. So this is Kanichiko Iwai fellow. He'd been searching for a spell to restore youth for years. So he was into black magic from the start. He believed he could learn to successfully perform the spell so he could then use it to earn a fortune. To tell you the truth, it seems he was already getting funded after he acquired this grimoire. You don't say. This is starting to sound kind of familiar. But first, let's find out how he got his hands on this grimoire. It seems that Najima told him where he could obtain the book when they were both in prison. Right! He was in prison and they met there. What? That's nearly too much of a coincidence. Likely not a coincidence. It seems like Iwai took an interest in Najima murders after he made the news. He admired him rather passionately. Maybe he went to jail on purpose. You might even say he worshipped the man. Worship Najima of all people. This was a time when students were itching to rebel. Anyone who did something to shake the world was bound to gather admirers. Iwai had been collecting these photos ever since that time. And since he just so happened to land in prison at the same time as Najima, he made sure to get in contact. This is a lot. I mean, even having it all laid out like this. The thought of Najima being involved with these grimoires is staggering. I don't think we ever had anything pointing to that. What's the connection? To be honest, this is a shock for me too. For years, we've been scratching our heads over the motives behind the Najima murders. Yup. It's been a mystery to us from the very start. Whoa. Now, wait just 1 minute. Do you think? No way. Are you saying? That's right. The murders might have been for a ritual. He was attempting to perform black magic. So the girl murder, that was the one where he cut her up. That might have been a ritualistic murder, I guess. The instructions written down for the sacrificial offering match up exactly with the acts carried out by Najima. You gotta be kidding me. So that sadistic crap, he was doing it all for black magic. That's what the evidence suggests. However, Najima tried to do some type of resurrection ritual, but Iwai had different motives. Chief Inspector, you might think this is all the stuff of fantasy, but that doesn't refute that Najima and Iwai were both acting in earnest. This is batshit insane. You're telling me that that nutjob did all this for some hokey-pokey resurrection. Shit. Resurrection? That means there must have been someone Najima wanted to bring back to life. Like who? Sorry, my controller just shook and I was just really calmly sitting. Sorry. Sorry, the mood's been set. The game is really good at that. Okay. Damn, that's it. That has to be it. Ah! Stop it! Fucking hell, it all makes sense now. Please stop. What is it? So about the Najima murders, there's some information that's been kept from the public. Go on. When we broke into his house and arrested him, we also found a baby. A what? A baby. A baby. A real baby. A baby. It was a girl, looked to be about 6 months old, but she was covered in filth. She looked so weak and sickly. Oh my god, what if he had a daughter or something? And if she died and he, like, killed a girl to resurrect the baby? And now we get to, like, guess who the baby is. What if the baby is... What if the baby is the girl who supposedly died? The Michi girl. Because she doesn't know who her father is. Okay, I'm going too far in my theories. Not just she doesn't know, but he was never mentioned. We called the medics right away. If we were a second later, I'm sure the girl would have died. So was Najima the father. He told us he'd found her under a bridge. Oh, never mind. He found her. She was abandoned. I've heard of parents threatening to leave their child under a bridge as a threat, but to think it really happens. I suppose there are some cases with the dead newborns found stuffed in coin lockers. That's disgusting. So it's not without precedent. Whatever the case, we never found out the truth. There's one rumor from back then that I could never get out of my mind. And it's starting to sound more likely now. Well, I'm sure this isn't the first time you've heard of it. Many believe Najima is guilty of more crimes than what got him convicted. Back then, a lot of girls went missing. Yeah, I remember all of that. Among the high school girls that might have been murdered, or maybe I should say sacrificed, was a girl who was pregnant. What? What? Goodness. Maybe he regretted it, so he resurrected the baby or something. I don't know. That's horrific. He killed her and dismembered her body. Gross. And we thought maybe the baby we found is what he pulled out from inside of her. Don't misunderstand me. This is all speculation on top of more speculation. Here? But I, for one, never believed that a man would just take in a baby he found under a bridge. Ew. That's so disturbing. I did not need to read this and to find this out today. I'm feeling sick. Yeah, I know. Stay strong, ma'am. I know this is hard to hear. Like I said, don't take that to be the full truth. We were running on speculation back then. Now that this whole resurrection magic has come into play, we should consider the possibility it was his child. And that maybe he was trying to revive whoever the mother might have been. Maybe. It's just a theory. My life would have been a tad easier if it were true. Jesus. Disgusting. Yeah, that's another thing. Maybe it was the mother who he was trying to revive. Maybe the child never died. That's an interesting thought. He was like, I don't want to change these damn diapers anymore. You need to come back. If there's anyone Najima would want to resurrect, a deceased wife is as good guess as any. The fact that he obtained a curse stone suggests that he has an interest in rite of resurrection. Damn, you're right. And here I was, thinking that he was only after the curse's power to massacre. Chief Inspector. Yeah? What happened to the child? Without a birth registration on file, best we could do was find the girl some suitable foster parents. It was decided to keep the circumstances secret for the sake of the child's future. She knows something. She knows something big. Well, I'm glad she was taken care of. Okay, there's something fishy about this. Don't mean to derail the conversation, but there's still more written in Iwai's journal. We know Iwai had managed to obtain the grimoire thanks to the advice he got from his idol, Najima, while in prison. After conducting research and gathering more information, he determined he had a chance to get rich quick. Right, he thought he could make some money if he could successfully use rejuvenation magic. Correct. Turns out someone gave him the idea. And get this. It was the one and only queen and chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps herself, Natsuo Yamamori. Wait, the chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps? So that's where this leads. Here, let me read what he wrote. The queen of Hihaku has a strange fear of growing old. Ah. So that's how the factory comes into place. Her fear of death is even worse. If she does die, she wishes to be revived. And she will spend whatever it takes to preserve her beauty. Magic, rituals, and rites. She'll use whatever means necessary. Her tenacity is unbelievable. She's apparently investing money into any research or resurrection, restoration of youth, and the like. So, she would even throw her money at the occult. The place his greed will take you. Well then, that brings us to Hideki Araishi. She presumably funded his research into right of resurrection as well. Sorry, I keep hearing noises. There's no noises. I'm gonna have one earphone on. I can't have two of them. I'm too freaked out. I'm starting to get paranoid. That's what it all points towards. I wouldn't be surprised if the Witch of Hihaku pounds at the rumors of the Rite of Resurrection. It's starting to sound likely. It might also be why she's spreading the rumor about having godly powers. It's a convenient cover for if she becomes young again. Godly powers? What's that all about? Now you can ignore that. Either way, I think Iwai took the payments he was getting for his research to seduce the family into taking him to keep a low profile. The Shiraishi family, Michiyo and her mother, Toshiko, were just unlucky marks. And this is where you get involved. Are you feeling steady, ma'am? Uh-huh. This has something to do with me. No, you can't mean... You've realized then. That's not possible. Perhaps... Well, I don't know how they're wording the sentence. Michiko Nejima's child was the sacred. That's probably not it. What? Man, please calm down. That wasn't it. That's not what I wanted to say. Was I mistaken? And what did you mean? Man, please calm down. If I moved... That's not what I wanted to word the sentence as. If I moved in with the Shiraishis to practice his magic. He needed a sacrifice to perform his youth restoration spell, but that meant extracting the life force from someone young. So he wanted to sacrifice Michi, right? To extract like youth from her. But then wait. What if he succeeded, but he didn't kill her, but instead turn her into someone old? Oh. So it was Iwai. This man... Iwai worshipped Najima, so he must have also despised Najima's detractors. Not to mention he was captured and sent to jail once before. Surely he had a bone to pick with the police. So when he realized he had the chance to both avenge Najima, embarrass the police, and acquire a living sacrifice at the same time. What if he was her child who was sacrificed and like embarrassing the police? Like, I think that would have been it, right? Fuck. You got it. If I kidnapped Haruo Shigima's son and managed to score 3 birds with 1 stone, I think that's what they're trying to say. It wasn't the girl, it wasn't the high school girl, it was the boy. Holy shit. Can you imagine how she feels? She must feel horrible. That's disturbing. You're telling me then that horrid man, he never had the intention of returning my child. Oh god. I thought there might have been a reason why the kidnapper seemed to be mocking the police. He never wanted money. His aim was to humiliate the force. It all makes sense. He must have used Michio to lower your boy's defenses. Oh, right. So he wasn't trying to trick Michio, but he moved in to, like, gain control of her, in a way, and kidnapped him on his way back home. Right. She's gonna freak out, isn't she? Like, I think she's having a total breakdown, and I'm kind of scared. Like, they did this drawing very, very well. Too well. Man, please calm down. I understand, but you must remember to breathe. You don't understand. You have absolutely no idea what I'm going through. Ah! This isn't a joke. Okay, her faces are very scary. I wouldn't expect the police to understand. You'll never understand. Living sacrifices. What a stupid, stupid idea from a stupid little man. Okay, man, let's just take a moment to breathe. Why don't we go get some fresh air? Yeah, she's about to go off completely. Like, the music is really suggesting it too. I can't believe this. This is, oh. It's terrible, isn't it? Chief, I think it's best if we take our leave. But before we go, there's one more important piece of information noted in this journal. Oh. Iwai got in contact with Najima last year, after Najima was released on parole. He provided him with accommodation and financial support. Jesus Christ. Is that so? He managed to find a hideout for Najima to stay in. Damn it. If anything, rather than use this money to support the Shiraishis, it seems most went to Najima instead. If Najima's lurking around somewhere at the moment, he's probably in that hideout. Did he write where it is? Unfortunately, no. Not that I can tell. But it seems Michio knew where it was. She never met with Najima in person, but she was made to go in and clean up among other things. Oh, poor girl. What good is that information? The girl's already dead. Well, no. Yo, these zoom-ins really freak me out because the controller just starts shaking uncontrollably. It's like it gives me a little heart attack every time. Wait, no, she's alive. That's right, Michio Shiraishi is alive. Maybe you can find her and get her to talk. You can get her to spill the beans on his hideout too. Investigator, I'm asking you. I should be going. The lady's not well. His deceased body was discovered at home. Okay, the common law husband, Toshiko, of Michio Shiraishi's mother, Toshiko Shiraishi. He started coming and going from the Shiraishi household a little over a year ago. It seems he has served some time in prison, but the details are unknown. His deceased body was discovered at the Shiraishi home. He once made a living by placing advertisements in magazines to sell phony magic items and good luck charms. He held a nostalgic yearning for the post-war era when things were and people were simple, and has nothing but negative things to say about the rapidly developing ostentatious world of late. Radical in his belief that it would be better to tear down society and start over again, Kanichiro was discontent with life spent poking around in society's cesspools to make a few coins. When the Najima murders were widely reported in the media, it had a great impact on Kanichiro, as he witnessed how a single act by a single man could cause a major rift in society. Perceiving Fumijika Najima as a great hero, he began collecting every piece of information he could find on the man. Kanichiro was later arrested for his legal business practices, and a chance meeting with Fumijika during his incarceration solidified his idolization. He was captivated by Fumijika's talk of black magic, and following his release, acquired the grimoire Fumijika had hidden away. As for Toshiro, Kanichiro set his sights on her after encountering her at her part-time job. When he learned that Shiraishi family was in financial trouble and could not afford to send Michio to college, he turned on the charm and took advantage of her weakness by offering money. He revealed his true colors, however, after moving in with the family, and used violence and money to keep Toshiko and Michio under his thumb. All the while, his belief in black magic deepened, and he found a sponsor in the Hikahu Corporation. Kanichiro forced the Shiraishi family to perform various rituals, with any attempts to resist uh, being met with merciless beatings. The mother and daughter were helpless to resist. After Hikaku offered Kanichiro great sums to intensify his work with black magic, he set his mind to sacrificing a child in order to perform a youth restoration spell. For this purpose, he chose Shuichi Shigima, the son of Haruya Shigima, against whom Fumijika held a grudge. He attempted to enlist Michio as not so to alarm the boy, as when she resisted, beat her mother 20 times. With Michio's assistance, Kanichiro kidnapped Suichi and locked him up in the Shireishi's house, and told the young and courageous boy that he'll kill Michio if he tried to run. While his actions were motivated by a personal grudge against the police, it was first and foremost an attempt to create a societal uproar and break down in public order. So he's kind of like Joker. So Kanichiro painted the crime as a regular kidnapping, demanding ransom from the family. However, because of an embargo on the press, the kidnapping did not cause a public outcry akin to that of the Jima murders. Infuriated, Kanichiro had Toshiko perform the sacrifice ritual by threatening to kill Michio. Oh my god, he made Michio's mom kill the boy? That's terrible. Toshiko killed Suichi in his sleep, but the spell failed, for which what do you mean the spell failed? For which Kanichiko blamed her, warning Michio to keep silent about the murder. Oh, so he was not supposed to die? It was something else was supposed to happen? Warning Michio to keep silent about the murder to avoid incriminating her mother. Kanichiro dumped the boy's body in a nearby river. The tiny corpse was found a week later in the Sumida River after floating through several canals in Honjo. Having drifted for days in the polluted waters, little evidence remained. Although Kanichiro performed no further sacrifices, this devotion to black magic only increased. Toshiko and Michio spent their days consumed by guilt, forced to continue serving Kanichiro until the day they died. So that's why Michio was so depressed, and that's the what the trouble at home was. Jesus. Okay, who would have thought? I thought that her stepdad was just beating her. Holy shit. Talk about troubles at home. Are you feeling better now that we've gotten some fresh air, ma'am? I'm fine. Suddenly finding out who the kidnapper was really made me lose my wits. We managed to solve the kidnapping case by pure luck here. You're right, but Richter, I I feel grateful towards Michio. Because she killed the kidnapper? There's that too. But it's for something else. If Michi is the one killing all these people, then she must have acquired quite a sizable amount by now. Soul shards, I mean. So Michi, yeah, would be the curse bearer. Hey, Richter? Whether the kidnapper is dead or alive, it doesn't mean a thing. Yo, Mom is so creepy, isn't she? Revenge won't bring my boy back. And if Najima is planning to cause a massacre to collect soul tracks, then all the better. What? I won't give up on resurrection. So I'm counting on you. This is getting so weird. Okay, so we have the girl's story again, but I have a feeling we shouldn't be doing the girl's story because it seems like information that we need for for these stories happen in the previous stories. So let's just continue with Mom's stories. Haru and Richter break into the Shireishi residence with the detectives. They find a journal left behind by the deceased Iwai, finally revealing the mystery behind the kidnapping. However, Haru remains unsatisfied. In further news, today the body of an adult male was discovered in the residence of one Toshiko Shiraishi around noon. The man, identified as Kanichiro Iwai, is said to have been in a relationship with Toshiko. He was unemployed at his time of death. While further investigations are still underway, it's suspected that his death is connected to recent serial killings in Honjo. Evidence of the scene may also implicate Mr. Iwai in the unsolved child abduction and murder case from last year. Well, ma'am, it seems like we managed to settle one part of the kidnapping case for now. Let's begin discussing our next steps. Right. No matter how much you look at these flowers, they don't make... Oh, okay, so these are basically the same. Okay, nothing new happens. The lights. Okay. All of these we've already read. I wonder what kind of music Richter is into. Imagine he likes English songs. He's always going at his own pace. It's rather fascinating. About the kidnapping, remaining curse bearer above Richter Kai. Let's talk about the curse bearers. Let's discuss this curse situation. Right. I must admit, I never expected the police to be so on top of things. The Chief Inspector, Tetsuo Tsusumi, provided us a good wealth of information. I'm surprised he knew so much about the curse bearers. Do you think they noticed I'm one of them? I'm pretty sure Iria didn't. The Chief Inspector, on the other hand, will have to be careful around him. But if he had suspected anything, I'm sure he would have detained us. We should stay vigilant moving forward. Agreed. Even if we steal a curse stone, you may not be able to successfully perform the rite unless you're a curse bearer yourself. Would you be okay with hanging on to the stone from now on? Of course. Just don't use it though, okay? Alright. If what we heard is true, there are just three curse bearers left to be discovered. There's the Whispering Canal, the Beckoning Light, and the Type of Togaro left to investigate. It may benefit us to visit the places connected to these stories a few times. I see. I'm still highly suspicious of the people at Hikaru Soaps. They could be the ones pulling the strings. The Takumi Yumioka fella is probably aware of the curse bearers we're searching for. Tracking his movements may prove to be useful. I want to follow him. If we were to follow anyone, he'd be my first choice, but damn it, times like this really had me wishing I had more personnel. Imagine it's tough working on your own. It's the plight of running a small business. I'm always on the hunt for a skilled assistant. Maybe she starts working for him. And then there's Najima, who appeared to be a curse bearer too. The one-sided reed, I think it was. If we want to look for someone that's likely to gather a whole lot of soul drags, well, look no farther. He did say he would unleash his curse on a large number of people at nightfall. If he gets a chance to. If the chief inspector manages to track down Michio, then, well, there's a chance he'll manage to apprehend Najima before he gets up to no good. But why did you tell the chief inspector about the safe house, if he hadn't had that lead? It was written in Iwai's memoirs. It was a matter of time till he'd find out. Besides, we're talking about a massacre here. I can't just turn a blind eye. How different is it from any other curse bearer collecting soul dregs? Well, if we're talking Najima, it could be a lot more dangerous. We'll just keep a close eye on Najima and the cops. What about that girl from before, Ayame Tono? Do you think she could be a curse bearer? Well, there's a chance she could have gone and stolen someone else's curse stone by now. That's possible too, but... We haven't been to Midoricho's park yet, the place connected to Taiko Tsugaru. Alright, that's close to where she lives. What if she was a curse bearer this entire time? She could have lied. True. It's possible. It would make her a brilliant actress to boot. The idea's got me itching to investigate her again. That place is rather suspicious. If only we could run into someone there. Judging by the official announcement, it seems what Iwai wrote is likely true. With both the kidnapper and his young accomplice dead, the police should be able to handle the rest. Now that it's over, I can't help but think how pitiful it all is. We never would have known a thing had we not found his journal. Carelessness is what usually leads to crimes like these being exposed. It's pretty much the same with Najima murders, but stumbling across the answer by pure chance really makes you think. It makes my skin crawl to think of how many cases like this are left undiscovered. Me too. It's certainly disturbing. Well, with the kidnapping case all wrapped up, we can focus our efforts on obtaining the right, yes? Indeed, I'm counting on you. Richter? Yes. Oh, that's right. Would you mind if we make a stop on our way? We can make it quick. I apologize for diversion, but I'd like to visit a candy store if possible. Oh, so that's where... Okay, so now we're getting to the place where apparently Michio is. I suppose I don't mind. Okay, so we get to move, right? Okay, she's like, I suppose I should offer him some tea, but I don't feel like it. Then shall we depart? From this part on, you will be given the option to finish investigation, which will allow you to immediately end this part. From there, you can continue on to the next part. You may also come back and restart the section from the point which you left off. I don't really understand. He did say he wanted to go to the candy store, right? So is this like the last part of this of their story? The children seem pretty fond of this place. It looks comparatively new. They must have had renovations done not long ago. He's up in front of the kids to participate in the raffle. It's weird seeing an adult his age enjoying himself so much at a candy store. Oh, seems he didn't win anything. He's pouting so hard even the kids are laughing at him. The shop's close to the park, so children have been coming and going without pause. Places like this candy shop have been slowly disappearing from the street view recently. I don't understand. Bye. Okay. No way! Jeez, you made me jump. Mockingbird number 4. It's kind of scary how you even know the exact number with just a simple glance, right? Okay, so we found the bird. What else is there? Apparently, Rita likes to visit the local candy shop in every district he visits. I figured once you've seen them all, once you've seen one, you've seen them all. But in reality, each one has its own unique displays and colors to match the locale. Kinda irks me that we stopped here simply for the sake of entertainment. But I suppose he needs time like this to relax and recenter his mind. He works so vigorously every day. I don't understand what finishing the investigation entails. Let's go to the park. Everyone's relaxing so peacefully in the park. It's hard to imagine that it was the site of some horrid curse. We have reason to believe that the cursed bearer of the Taiko of Togata was here last night. Possible they're already dead, but we haven't found any definitive leads. I'm not sure I understand. How about the other places? Are we supposed to go there? Oh, this is the residence, right? So, okay. Huh. They're not really telling me much. I think they'd be put off knowing there's a dead body here just this morning. What I heard, it happened right about where you're standing now. Ew. Just look at that. It's a pretty unique looking playground. I don't know, they're acting pretty strangely, aren't they? There's not much to observe, though. They're intentionally, like, not giving me any information, I think. It's as if there's nothing more to look at. Maybe there is nothing more to look at. Maybe this is because of the birds. Maybe, like, the birds are being hidden everywhere. There's so many old factories alongside this river. Must have been quite different in its glory days. Now most of them closed down due to tightened regulations on the waste disposal. Did something draw your interest? No worries here. Made sure to take a quick shower this morning. I was out here last night looking for the cursed bearer connected with the beckoning light too. Did you see anything? I'm afraid not, but they gotta be out here somewhere. Oh, there's a curse thing! Doesn't seem like anyone's been there some time. Wonder if it's one of the factories that got shut down when they tightened up regulations. Look! Richter? What do you think that is? Oh. I don't see anything. Really? You don't see that? That thing looks like a phantom ball of flame floating in the air. That's like the same one that, that the guy saw. The one that was, Okia, right? A ball of flame. Must be the curse echo. Maybe only the curse bearers are capable of seeing it. Because such a thing happened in broad daylight. Ah, it's gone. Hmm. I wonder if that was the beckoning light's curse echo. The phantom flame you saw might have been a manifestation of the lantern. In that case, does that mean the curse bearer is nearby? That's eerie. Curse bearer might be lurking in vicinity. I'm going to check the surroundings. Ha! Nothing. I didn't find anyone who looked the part. I see. I don't doubt something happened around here, but something might have changed in the area. Keep your eyes peeled. Doesn't look like anyone's been here. I don't get it. What could have changed? They're not even letting me see, like, all of the surroundings. Like, the factory is the only thing that, apparently is unexplored. If what I saw is the curse, was the curse echo of the beckoning light, wouldn't that mean the curse bearer is nearby? I'm not feeling any strange presence, but that could be because it's midday. What you saw earlier must have been the beckoning light. Something might have changed after what just happened. Like what? I don't understand what they're referring to. Should we, like, go to the other? Should we go to the other places then? Maybe we're being stalked. No. We couldn't talk to him before, and now we can. Right, ma'am. Should we go for monjayaki or something? That's sweet of you, but I'm not hungry right now. That's too bad. I haven't had a great luck with this mockingbird raffle. Would you mind if I try it a few more times? Apparently most of these are just replicas of the real deal, but even so, they're well worth the price. Some of the kids were saying they managed to snatch some real rare finds in this lottery. Go ahead, don't buy them all now. Something is different. Something is different. What is different? What am I missing? Yeah, factory didn't get the check mark, but we don't know why. I couldn't proc anything to get the factory to check mark itself. I'm just gonna visit all the areas again. This one is suspicious because this is where the ball of flame showed up. Richter seemed to be a little nervous when Ayame Tono was mentioned. Or was I just imagining it? I'm gonna find it. Oh, there's a girl now. Hey, that lady over there. That's Ayame Tono. She seems to be trying to hide. Bro, what if she's the curse bearer, and what if she's the baby? Also, she would fit, like, age-wise. Either she's the baby or she's the officer's daughter. Like, alright, I'll be right back. He's gone. I suppose he really wanted to talk with her. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's creeping on her, seeming to jump out and surprise her from behind. Please don't. Huh. Seeming to intimidate her. She noticed. I guess his purpose was to talk with her after all. I wonder what they're talking about. She doesn't look like she's planning to run. Yeah, I think it's been like 20 years. We don't know who the baby is, but we also don't know who this girl's father is. And we don't know who the detective's daughter is. So it could be just about anyone. They're coming here. It's funny how circumstances changed when we saw the curse thing, and then she shows up. Here she is. What do you think? Smooth work by the master. Hmm? Yes, very smooth. Hello, thank you so much for yesterday. I know this is sudden, but I'm actually being pursued right now. Pursued? By who? I think it's the police. Would you be willing to provide me shelter? From the police. I figured we could hear her out and see what kind of mess she's gotten herself in. Don't make it sound like I'm some kind of criminal, please. Why she's being chased, about the right of resurrection. Let's ask why she's being chased. They have my apartment staked out, so I haven't been able to return home. What? I heard them saying something about wanting to protect me, but something didn't feel right and I got scared. Yo, she's gotta be the detective's daughter. Do you have any idea why they're after you? Well, I have been searching for the curses, so we shouldn't trouble ourselves with hiding you if they're after you for a good reason. Huh? How cruel. But this handsome investigator wouldn't turn me in so easily, would you? I think she must be the daughter. It's unfortunate, but we've got reason not to get involved with the police ourselves. What shady reasoning. But if you got some murky secret to hide, we might as well cooperate with each other, no? Yeah, I think she's acting. Honestly, I don't believe that she's innocent. Why she's being chased. But if you got some murky secret to hide, might as well cooperate with each other. Stop saying the same thing. Anyway, how are your plans to resurrect Hokusai going? Fortunately, that's been going quite well. Oh. Does that mean you found someone to steal a curse stone from? Not exactly, but I found out a kind of last resort. Which is why I can't let the police get me. What do you mean by last resort? You're really asking me that? It doesn't concern you at all. Why should I tell you? Ugh. What if we make a deal? In exchange for keeping you hidden from the police, you tell us about your last resort. Is that what got you interested? Oh, I've got it. You mean you just steal it for yourself? Not at all. I'm just curious. That excuse will just not do. I don't need you to. I'll find a way to stay safe on my own. That was a close one. I should have known the only one you can count on in this world is yourself. What do we do? We can't let her get away. Let's go after her. Stop it! Get any closer and I'll scream. Please wait. We'll help you out with no conditions. Well, you change your mind quick. That just makes you all the more suspicious. Tried my best, but I couldn't convince her to stay. Could it be you don't know how to handle a girl like that? Since she's looking for a safe haven, would you mind me sharing your address with her, just in case? Well, it doesn't really bother me, but do you recognize there are police officers in my close family? At least it'll allow us a way to keep in contact, no matter how small. So where the hell is she? How do I do that? She says her plans for the rite of resurrection may be achievable through this last resort. Does that mean she's given up on her plan to steal a curse stone? Richter? You know, I have one as well. A last resort. What the fuck? You do? Ah. Even if we don't steal another curse stone, I already have my own. If it becomes necessary, I'm prepared to use it. You think it might be possible that she has one of her own too? But that she despises the idea of using it to kill others. Instead, she means to steal a cursed stone with soul drugs already in it. It doesn't contradict anything we know. She lives nearby, which means we might have the type of Tsugaruku's cursed stone. We still don't know how much about that one. Richter? That last resort Ayame spoke of. It could be our chance. She's so creepy. Mom is so scary. We can use her. I hear you loud and clear. And he is one unusual detective. I'm just gonna go around until nothing changes. Have we been here? Yeah, we have been here, but the playground also doesn't have a check mark. She thinks he wants to play on it. A bunch of kids gather around Richter to poke fun at his clothing. Seems like kids come running from him wherever we go. Not all too surprising with his attire. He hasn't complained about it though. I wonder if he's got a soft spot for kids. You can go take a look if you're interested. Alright, I'll go check it out just to make sure. What the fuck? He didn't have to think long about that. Hmm? What's that? Did he find something? Found a mockingbird under the playground. Oh god. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Oh, okay, so that's why they were bothering me with it. Playgrounds always get me all fired up. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, okay. I get it now. I don't think there's anything in here in particular. Bridge? There's a factory that they wouldn't let me discover fully yet. It's weird. I don't understand why that's not something I can do. Okay, well, I'm gonna go to the park because that's where we said we were going to go, and maybe that's where I need to like log out of the investigation or whatever. You know? I think that might be it. Well, we can finish the investigation here. Obviously, they want us to. Not sure how to uncover the mystery of the factory, but we'll see. Finish. I don't know what this part is. Standing by. Same on darkness. I'll be right back. Just need to go to the bathroom. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, the game is quite long. I honestly didn't expect it to be that long. It's been so fun. Alright, let's see what's going on. I think they intentionally like had us go in this order, so I'm gonna try and follow this order to like not miss anything. Maybe I'm just slow at reading. At the Shireishi home, Tsumi and Ariel learn the truth about many things, including the death of Kanichiro Iwai. They heard to the high school after learning that Michio Shireishi knew the whereabouts of Hajima's hideout. Okay. But it's looking like we're reaching like those, I want to say those final chapters of each like storyline. Maybe. I don't like this high school. This high school is eerie. Boss, just talked to the Sumida police. What now? They found an abandoned van in the Chiba Mountains that looked like it'd been in an accident. Oh god, maybe that's the van that like hit the. They couldn't lift any fingerprints from it, but they found blood splatters on the front. And guess what? The blood's a perfect match for Michio's. So maybe she got like picked up and not. Actually, I don't know. So it must be the van that hit Michio. You got it. It's all thanks to Yoshimi that we were able to find that out. The license plate had been removed though, and they even scraped off the vehicle identification number. It'll take a while to identify the owner. Now they're trying to figure out if the van was sighted anywhere between the scene of the crime and where it was dumped. Got it. Thanks for the report. It's nice that we got permission to use the school as our base of operations. The principal and head teacher were a little reluctant at first, but they were convinced that it'll help the investigation. Dealing with all this must be a real headache for those guys. I should thank them again later. He still doesn't look tired after all this running around. Wish I still had all that stamina, right? Oh, there's a bird. By the way, boss, we've confirmed that Michio died in a vehicular collision. What? But we are sure. Are we sure that this was really an accident? How did she die but didn't die? Good question. I was wondering the same thing. Like, I still don't understand this fully. The damage done by the collision indicates that the driver was traveling at a considerable speed, but there were no brake marks to be found. Exactly, which suggests they may have been intentionally targeting Michio. What was the motive then, you think? Who would have had a reason to kill Michio? The first person that comes to mind is Kanichiro Iwai. After all, she knew about his crimes. But then, he was supposedly able to control Michio by intimidation alone. Then there's also the teacher who was taking advantage of Michio, Kone Yonouchi, but they're both dead. They'll say he killed her to stop people from finding out. But they... Oh, but she killed... Oh, never mind. How did... Okay, she's a ghost. She's gotta be a ghost. He was blackmailing her. It doesn't seem likely somehow. You're right. Though both of them had fallen prey to her curse. That's true. In that case, it's quite possible she'll also decide to exact revenge on the person who ran her over. Not just possible, she may have already done it last night, like with Iwai. Is there anything else that could have served as motive? A talisman, maybe. The one Yoshimi was looking for. Oh, do you think someone wanted to take it from her? Well, the talisman wasn't found on her remains, nor in her house. Like, I don't understand how she's alive, but not alive. Doesn't a hit and run seem too drastic a measure to go for a little talisman? And in the end, it might have just been an unfortunate accident after all. It looks that way. Either way, what we need now is a testimony from Michio herself. With a bit of luck, we may be able to ask her what happened during the crash ourselves. Yeah, I can't wrap my head around that particular development. I still have my doubts that it'll be so easy. Like, I don't get it. Either way, we won't be able to do this unless Mio and Yako turn up. I'd rather have them come sooner rather than later, but I guess we just have to wait. Shall we head inside? Alright then. Alright, let's go wait inside the school. I'm sure they'll be here any moment. Standing by. Oh, okay, so I need to move them, I suppose. The Rite of Resurrection is the inception of this whole affair. Yako and Mia decide to confront the man responsible for spreading rumors of it in the first place, Araishi. They find him at his frequent stomping grounds, the Kurikiro cafe. Oh, it's a new place. 12 p.m. Okay. Oh, bird, 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 bird. Bird, bird, bird. You know, normally you'd be breaking school rules just by stepping foot in a cafe. I'll be in hot water if you lied about having permission from the police. Remember that. We know, it'll be okay. So, what did you want to ask me? Come on. Oh, I want to get the bird first before I forget. Never been to a cafe. How exciting. It's pretty smelly inside because of the cigarette smoke, but... Oh, that was still that time. We have an update here. Subsequent investigations revealed that the culprit was in fact Kanichiro Iwai, an unemployed man. They always mention that. That's embarrassing. I'm Rosiel. Hello and welcome back. How are you doing? What's up? Uh, Toshiko Shiraishi, his common law wife, and Michio Shiraishi, their daughter, acted as accomplices. Um, Kanichiro routinely used violence against both Toshiko and Michio to force them to do his bidding, and it believed that he coerced them into becoming accessories to the crime. Kanichiro wanted to use the boy as a living sacrifice for his magical studies, meaning that the ransom was never actually the primary motive for the kidnapping. The reason for targeting the Shiguma family's son was due to a personal grievance. The coffee shop, which is where we are, on South Warisegui Street, Kodiokura's cafe's convenient location has made it a favorite of businessmen in the neighborhood. Although formerly a relaxing location where classical and jazz music were played, the cafe has begun incorporating some pop songs in its playlist at the request of customers. The most popular menu item is a pilaf served with black coffee, although cream soda topped with a large scoop of ice cream is also a popular choice. Fashionable cafes featuring jazz and live performances were in vogue until the mid-Showa era, when the number of cafes offering a carefully brewed cup of coffee in a relaxed atmosphere began to increase. Many of these locations also have public telephones, making them convenient meeting places. However, they also developed a reputation as hangout spots for delinquents, leading a large number of schools to forbid their students from patronizing them. In recent years, table arcade games have become a big hit, affording cafes installing them as a steady stream of customers. Okay, is there anything else to take a look at? Yako, if you would. I wanted to ask you about this. Oh my, a curse stone. An Okame mask. That means the Fool's Procession. You two were at the school last night. Damn, they're of all places. Yako, you're one of them. You're curse bearer. Please calm down, Mr. Areishi. Your reaction is too intense and it's kind of scaring me. I feel the same way about his reactions. Sorry about that. I'm afraid I got ahead of myself. What is it you wanted to know about your curse stone? What would be the best way to approach this? Flatter him or intimidate him? Flatter him. It's just a brilliant teacher like you must know an awful lot about these curse stones. Well, it is true that I'm likely the person most well versed in this matter. You're the only one we can count on, Mr. Araishi. Won't you help us, please? Oh, am I now? In that case, there is no harm. Yeah, flattery gets us everywhere, right? Hearing what you have to ask. Thank you. Let's see. Why is everything with the Rite of Resurrection and 7 mystery curse stones happening now? Oh, taking an interest now that you've received one of the curses, have you? Sound like a researcher, starting your questioning with your subject's origins. Mr. Areishi, you're not the one who triggered the curse, are you? No, I'm afraid I had nothing to do with that. Rather, I wasn't even attempting to do so in the first place. Completing the rite itself has nothing to do with my research. Then, Do you know of the ancient Omniodo ritual known as the Feast of Shadows? Yeah, I remember. I hate him. What is that? Something from the occult? Mr. Kurosuzu, you look like the type to be interested in those things, but it's outside my field of expertise. In that case, why do you think the rite and curses have appeared now? I believe this is the intentional work of someone. It's certainly not something that would happen by accident. What is it you want to know? Well, he may not tell us anything else if we say that we're trying to stop the curse. We need to make something up. Right. Make something up. The only choice. Well, you see, we just have such intellectual curiosity and think that it could really help our research. I see. Now that you mention it. Seems like he's reluctant to answer. Then how about ask about his research, act disappointed. Let's act disappointed. Oh, we figured you would know since you're so smart. How disappointing. How dare you? You make it sound like I'm stupid. You couldn't be more wrong. You realize how devoted I am to this research. Allow me to first elucidate you regarding the author of the Record of Fates. A special privilege, I might add, since I have yet to publish this in a paper. Yeah, okay. See, it worked. The Record of Fates was written within 200 years ago in the latter half of the Edo period. It was written by a skilled but little-known omnimoi called Seiman Chushimikado. This is important stuff. If nothing else, remember this. Seiman Chushimikado. I've never heard of him. I'm sure you haven't. He was born into a famed omnimoji family, but split away to practice forbidden arts in secret. He used whatever name was most convenient for the situation, so his real name barely exists in records. Or so it is written in the Record of Fates. Oh. As brilliant as Simon was, he was also an eccentric. He delved into researching the Rite of Resurrection, a legendary forbidden ritual that had never been completed. However, by involving himself with this forbidden ritual, he was also expelled from his family, and eventually found himself in Honjo in Edo. The Record of Fates are the writings Simon recorded on the road to Edo. I see. So he wrote how to perform the rite itself. The Rite of Resurrection makes use of Abe no Saime's specialty, the Taizan Fukun ritual, a means of communicating with the afterlife. It uses soul dregs to replicate the soul of a dead spirit that has been called. Oh wow, I never knew something like that existed. Thus, it is thought the only ones who can use it are those with the ability to turn human souls into soul dregs in the first place. So the Rite of Resurrection calls for that ritual to be performed in advance. Then, when the soul dregs are gathered and infused with the wish of whoever is performing the ritual, it can be completed. The contents written in the Record of Fates, and there. There's no more. What about the 7 mysteries of the Cursed Stones? There's nothing written about them in the Record of Fates. The Cursed Stones are separate from the Rite of Resurrection. The curse is one used to enable one who is unable to perform such rituals to be able to use the rite. That's similar to what Mio said, actually. Emoji thrived during the Heian period, in part due to the work of the famous emoji Abe no Seimei. However, they began to gradually decline in number after samurai gained control of Japan. At the same time, many of their miraculous arts were lost along them with the development of civilization. Although the services of onmoji were typically reserved for the upper class, there was a number of shonmoji or hidden onmoji who worked for the common folk. Let's see. According to Record of Fates, this mysterious ritual was devised by gifted Abe no Seimei. It converts the souls of the dead, bound to the underworld, with soul dregs collected as sacrifices through the Taizan Fukun ritual. The secret art of converting souls to soul dregs is out of reach to all but the most skilled practitioners. I see. How are those mysteries related to the rite? Excuse me, Mr. Araishi. What is it, Miss Kurosuzu? You published a theory before the incident took place. It said that the Rite of Resurrection and the origin of the 7 mysteries of Honjo are related somehow. What proof did you have of that? really know your stuff. But about that, it was a somewhat sensationalized piece written for occult magazines. Oh, really? It was just nonsense then. Not exactly. Rather, it's not a complete fabrication. There's a basis for it. And that is, well, I suppose there's no harm telling a couple students so passionate about this topic. Thank you. That is something I discovered from referencing numerous texts unrelated to the Record of Fates. It was just after Simon arrived in Honjo. There are records of a conflict over a ritual used to resurrect the dead in Honjo. A conflict over resurrecting the dead? I don't know the details. A man enticed the public with claims of a spell that could resurrect the dead, causing a conflict that ended tragically with 9 dead. That is the only remaining reference. 9 people fighting over a resurrection ritual. I call this tragedy the Honjo incident, and it has long been a subject of my research. And I suspect that this Honjo incident might be the very origin of the 7 mysteries of Honjo. So what you're saying is, the resurrection ritual at the root of the Honjo incident is the Simon's rite of resurrection. Yes, that is how the Record of Fates ties everything together. To put it in chronological order, first Simon brought the rite of resurrection to Edo. We can assume that by this point Simon was likely using a different name. Then in Honjo, 9 people fought to the death over this rite, the Honjo incident. After that, the incident was covered up by an interested party, preventing it from being recorded in history fully. Eventually it was passed down in incomplete pieces, becoming known as the 7 mysteries of Honjo. That's more or less the course of events. So 2 kind of got lost. During the period, a chain of events that occurred around a certain resurrection spell became the basis for the 7 mysteries of Honjo. I'll take a look at something. Okay, so they still have stuff to tell us. We've mostly discovered everything, but there are some things that we don't know yet. So that's how they're connected. And if I'm getting this right, the 7 mysteries were basically required to gather the soul tracks necessary for the rite. And there's more. With this most recent occurrence of the curse, I've become even more confident in my theory. You are. Yes, the reason for it being the resentful memories of the 7 mysteries etched into those who received the cursed stones. Resentful memories. Yako, if you really are a curse bearer, then when you obtained your cursed stone, you would have had a resentful memory imprinted in your mind. I did. Exactly. Those memories are what happened in the final moments of the 9 who died in the Honjo incident. Broadly speaking, they involved dying while bearing some kind of deep resentment. The 9 victims became the 9 curse echoes, which over time came to be spoken as the 7 mysteries. So in some mysteries there were 2 people who died, so I guess that's why there are like 2 talismans. Thus, gathering the resentful memories granted by the present curses and connecting them together. It will reveal once and for all what happened during the Honjo incident. Huh. That's why you must tell me about the resentful memory of your fool's possession, Jakob. Yeah, should I? Yeah, I think it's okay. We need all the information we can get. Sure. Okay, I'll tell you about the memory of the fool's procession. Excellent. So basically, it's about a woman who died falling from a Yagura tower at a festival. Interesting. It's not that one then. Not that one. What do you mean? Among the 9 victims at the Honjo incident, that is to say, the 9 curse echoes, one of them is Simon himself. Or so I suspect. Oh. Simon was one of the victims at the Honjo incident too? Meaning an emoji as powerful as him also became a curse echo? So maybe... Right. It would make sense that the curse stone tied to a curse echo like that would be special. The power of a curse stone is different based on curse echo? Mew mew mew. Then maybe with Simon's curse echo we could... Yes, we may be able to settle this whole situation. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing, sorry. Mr. Araishi, how many of the resentful memories have you gathered so far? I've learned a number of them. The Evergreen Beach, the Foot Washing Mansion, the Ever-Burning Lantern, and now the Fool's Procession makes 4. Of course, the most important are the Foot Washing Mansion and the Evergreen Beach. What are they about? First, the Foot Washing Mansion. An emoji appears distinctly in this one. Really? But not Simon, I'm afraid. A female emoji who sought the right of resurrection due to her obsession with her personal appearance. Her legs, which she had always taken pride in, were stricken with corruption after she was defeated by Simon. Her curse echo is notable for being particularly easy to fulfill the requirements necessary to use the curse. That detective did well to escape this one. So female Onmyoji and rival of Simon was involved in the Honjo incident. That certainly is interesting. Next, the Evergreen Beach. The curse echo is from a craftsman on Netsuke carvings named Jinkishi, who was hanged for spreading baseless rumors. He apparently spoke of something that granted the ability to bring back the dead. The right of resurrection. Precisely. This man Jinkichi must have been in contact with Simon. If I could collect all the memories, everything will be revealed and the truth of the 7 mysteries will be mine. That is the knowledge I desire. Meaning you need to gather as much information as you can from the curse bearers. Precisely. I have an agreement to exchange information with those detectives. But they might not even find the other curse bearers, so I must take measures on my own. Another thing. Yes? You never really finished about what the trigger for all this was. Well, I don't know. Really. You're not hiding something from us, are you? It has something to do with how you obtained the Record of Fates, right? How did you really get a hold of the Record of Fates? To tell you the truth, we're in a race against time. It will be a disaster if we don't hurry. What are you talking about? Someone left a warning that at sundown today they would use the curse to kill a lot of people. The one who left that message is the culprit behind the Nejima murders from 20 years ago. What? Something so terrible would happen? I won't allow potentially hundreds of people to become victims of a curse. I'll do anything in my power to stop it. Mr. Areishi, please, tell us everything you know. I'm sorry, but I truly don't know anything. Yeah, I can't shake off the fact that I know that he was capable of murder. The truth is, I was given the Record of Fates by a woman. A woman. Well, her voice sounded like a woman's, but I didn't actually see what she looked like. 1 month ago, I was investigating at night, and I suddenly heard a formless voice. A woman's voice. It said, I entrust you with this ancient manuscript, and the right of resurrection held within its pages. Spread rumors of this ritual as far and wide as you can in the coming month. And before I knew it, an old document had fallen down at my feet. 1 month. She specified the time period? I was told if I did that, I could study the manuscript as much as I pleased. I wanted so badly to verify its authenticity, I ended up accepting. I haven't heard anything from the voice since then. Must have had you spread the rumors in order to strengthen the power of the curse. To tie together the curse. Oh, to make people believe, right. And the desire to seek out the right. So it is his fault. This makes it likely that the owner of the voice is the mastermind behind all of this. Hence, I went public with the Record of Fates. Hihaku and occult magazines immediately jumping at the news was a financial boon for me. So basically his greed made everyone believe these rituals, and that's what kind of made them true, right? Hihaku? As in Hihaku soaps. Right, I mean, no, that's not important. Just some personal businesses. After that, I waited, trying to predict what would occur in a month's time. That's when the curse began. So it is his fault. Those are all the details I have. He's so stupid. Very well. I've told you this much. I may as well give you one more thing. Thank you. What might that be? About Simon's Record of Fates. There's a sort of continuation to it, another document called Records of Fate's Yin Scroll. A continuation. Actually, a section written in Simon's own hand was appended to the manuscript, according to which, after the Honjo incident, Simon lamented such a calamity taking place. He apparently wrote the addendum for the event that the tragedy became its own curse. It seemed he had an idea that the victims of the Honjo incident would turn into cursed echoes and be used to gather soul dregs. It supposedly also we have a calamity at hand. Supposedly details how to handle any trouble that occurs as a result of the Rite of Resurrection. Really? Hold on a second. Don't you find that strange? What's the matter, Mr. Sakazaki? You think my information inaccurate? If Simon died in the Honjo incident, then he couldn't have written an addendum. Yeah, that's true. You really don't get it, do you? Am I wrong? Have you forgotten the ability Simon possessed? So he was like sidekick? Of course not. He could use the Rite of Resurrection. You tell me Simon resurrected himself. What? How is that possible? The Rite of Resurrection can be carried out in advance. Oh, so it's basically putting like a soul stone on yourself, kind of like a warlock in World of Warcraft. You put a soul stone on yourself, and then when you die, you just like have an extra life. Rite of Resurrection can be carried out in advance, so that it activates when the soul dregs are gathered together. Then it is not possible that Simon himself was resurrected by the rite after it all took place, but he'd still have to collect the soul dregs needed to use the rite. Yes, and that's why they died. The 8 others besides Simon. Oh god, that's genius. What? They died in the Honjo incident for their soul dregs? That sounds like it's the same as what's happening now. That's why I needed the resentful memories to learn the truth. I get it now. The issue at hand is that the Yin Scroll and the Record of Fates were supposed to have been passed down as a set. When I received the Record of Fates, the Yin Scroll was gone. Only this information was left. Supposedly, Simon's blood descendants guarded it as they passed it down across generations. Well, he didn't want to die. That's probably one thing. It seems that over their long history, the two documents became separated and the scroll's locations lost as the family line branched. So he resurrected himself and then procreated. Simon had descendants, so there's someone out there related to him by blood even now. Yes, in fact, I've tried to trace the line as far as I could. He wasn't a well-known Onmoji to begin with, so a detailed family tree does not exist. It seems likely that the use of the manuscripts has been long forgotten, only being passed down out of tradition. And since they aren't even aware of what they have, tracking them down is quite hard indeed. I wish I could ask whoever that voice belonged to about the Yin Scroll. I'm sure you do. So basically, in the Records of Fate's Yin Scroll, Simon himself wrote about ways to handle the curse on the rite, yes? Yes, that's right. I've been searching for it all this time, but haven't found a single lead. So if you two find out anything about other resentful memories or the Yin Scroll, tell me immediately. You owe me that much for telling you all this, do you not? That's the real extent of everything I know. Record of Fate's Yin Scroll is indicated a postscript, but its whereabouts are currently unknown. Okay. The manuscript was written by Simon, a non-Moji from the Edo period. He was extraordinarily adept practitioner, but after being banished from his family for researching forbidden arts, he changed his name and moved to Edo. Hideki Araishi claimed he found it in the storehouse of an old private residence, but it was in fact entrusted to him by the mysterious voice. That's very biblical. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. If you bring me some useful information, I'll take it into consideration for your school grades as well. Oh, wow. That's very illegal. He doesn't care, does he? We've learned a lot. So, to sum it up, there was a tragic incident with people cursing each other for the Rite of Resurrection in the Edo period as well. On the Record of Fates, Yin Scroll may have info we want, since it details how to stop the rite. I think that's about it. Right. If we could just find the hidden scroll, we might be able to learn how to settle the situation. But even Mr. Araishi didn't have any leads on where it is. How do we start looking for it? Someone involved in this now must have some connection to it, I think. I have a feeling the mastermind who awakened the curses is involved too. Right. But what to do next? What are we going to do next? Good question. It may be best to give the information we just learned to Inspector Tsutsumi. We got a pretty big clue from hearing about the records of Fate's Yearn Scroll. Mr. Tsutsumi might know more about it. Should we get back to the school then? Yeah, that's our point of contact after all. Whoever's behind that voice that gave Mr. Araishi the record of Fates, it must be the mastermind, don't you think? Yeah, and he said it sounded like it belonged to a woman. Whoever it is, I bet they're scary. Oh, you don't sound like the Yako I know. Then let's catch him and make him spill the beans. I thought you'd say something like that. Really? Guess I'm just not really feeling that confident right now. I understand. I don't know if it's related to that woman behind the voice, but I'm also interested in a female emoji who is a rival of Simon. Oh, that reminds me, Mio. You know what's nearby here, don't you? Hmm? Oh, you mean where Michio... Yeah, where it happened. I still don't understand what happened to Michio. Like, am I missing something? I was going there every day to leave flowers, even though they always get cleared away anyways. I'm sure it must be hard to have to be reminded of Michio's death all the time. But that reminds me, Yako? Yeah. When you asked me to loot the spirit board 2 days ago, did you come here that day too? Yeah, I left some flowers before going to school. Why? Did anything seem different that day? What's this all of a sudden? Though now that you mention it, that day I suddenly felt lightheaded and ended up passing out for a little bit. But I came to right away and felt fine, so I didn't think anything of it. I see. That's all I was wondering about, thanks. Excuse me, your girl's over there. Like, I still have this wild theory that she's possessed by a spirit somehow. Whoa. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but something you said caught my attention. And who might you be? I'm Yutaro Namikaki. Do you know what we do as soon as we encounter this guy? He doesn't have... does he have it? He doesn't have it, does he? I don't care. I should probably tell you. Until yesterday, I was a curse bearer. That should clear things up. Like, I know he doesn't have it, but yeah. Yeah, I think Mia also thinks that, because apparently Michio was at her house at 8 in the morning, and we were there at 8 in the morning, seeing her in front of her house, because she said that she fell asleep. That she was exhausted, she fell asleep, she doesn't remember when she fell asleep, and then she woke up. Do they, like, share a body? A curse bearer? Oh, you don't need to be scared. I've already given up the curse stone on the foot washing mansion. The foot washing mansion? So you're the one Inspector Tsutsumi was talking about. Ah, you already know Inspector Tsutsumi. That makes this simple. There is nothing to worry about. Oh, hey. You're... in the driver's seat. Wait, how does Yako know this? Because... is this because Michio knows this as well and they just like share a body? Yako? Yeah, I think it's becoming obvious that she's possessed. Yes, wait, what? Just now, I was doing something? Sorry, Mr. Namigaki, what might be the matter? Right, I actually wanted to discuss something with you two. Would you come with me if you have a little time? Discuss something with us? We were talking about Michio Shiraishi, right? It's related to that. Huh. Like, she just, like, gets flushed out in these particular moments, right? I'm sure you would learn a few things yourselves. If not, later is fine. I'll be waiting around Ryogoku Bridge. Something rubs you the wrong way about this, but he mentioned Michio. What do we do? Let's talk to you, Taro. Suppose we may as well hear what it is you have to say. Glad to hear it. Then shall we relocate elsewhere? Because I feel like the school is the last stop. I don't know, or at least I want it to be. So, what did you want to discuss with us? Let's see, how do I put this? I'll tell you straight. I want you two to use your curse stones to bring Michio Shiraishi back from the dead. What? It's why I was pursuing the Rite of Resurrection in the first place. Unfortunately, I had to give up my curse stone before I could succeed. But you two are curse bearers with some kind of connection to her, which means this is a perfect opportunity for me to ask you this. Maybe he feels remorse. Well, I'm sorry, this is all too sudden. I still don't understand why you would want this. What exactly is your relationship with Michio? Well, we met briefly once. I was so sad to hear the news of her death the other day. Right. While it would be great if we could bring Michio back, but we've already decided not to use the Rite of Resurrection. Is that so? It seems, however, that we share a goal. I wouldn't mind collecting the soul dregs for you if you gave me your curse stone, you know? We'll have to decline that as well. The goal is to stop this curse. I see. Well, where did she go? Well, that's too bad. I suppose I'll have to give up on the curse stones. Thank you for understanding. Where did she go? Phew, I thought that he was a little suspicious, but he left without making a fuss. But why does he want to bring Michio back? Okay, it's kind of creepy how someone is behind her. Yako? Uh-oh, did she go off somewhere while we were talking? That she did. He murked her. Now we know, because she recognized him. He was driving. Oh god. I finally caught up to you. I don't know if you noticed me following you or not, but leading me to a secluded place? You got guts. I'm sorry, but I'll be taking your curse stone. Either you hand it over, or I have to take it by force. What? Oh god. Why? Are you... No. She's here again. I don't understand. Wait, it was just an accident. I swear I didn't mean to. Okay, so she's definitely super possessed. That's why I was trying to bring you back. What did we say to him? You're already too late. What? I don't understand. What? I'm so confused. What do you mean already too late? I'm so confused by this. Why am I seeing credits? Is this like a bad ending? What? Ending of Yuko's story. Well, I don't know. After this, Najima went on to use the power of his curse to commit mass murder, shocking the public with the unprecedented tragedy. What? And from that day on, Yako Sakazaki was never heard from again. I think I rolled into some sort of bad ending. Ending 1. Michio's Grudge. Oh, because they didn't find the scroll. I see. Okay, so that's how endings happen. Okay, okay, that threw me off. I was like, okay. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. How was I supposed to know? Okay. That's not just the ending of Yuko's story, that's pretty much the ending of everyone's story. Let's go to the school. Sorry, but there's someone we got to take care of. We have to pass. Is that so? Well, that's too bad. And in no rush. I'll be waiting at Rugoyoku Bridge if you change your minds. Weirdos. All of them. Standing by. What is this? Record of Fates may contain a way to stop the curse. Yako and Mia head back to Komagata High School to share this information. Okay. Sheesh. Alright. That was unexpected. Ain't that interesting? The Record of Fate's scroll, huh? Well done, you two. That's some good info you got from that teacher. Thank you. Good job, boss. Operation Schoolgirl was a success. So stop making things sound weird. Anyway, let's share what we found in Michio Shiraishi's house. Yes, please. Right. Yes, a man named Iwai kidnapped sacrifices for black magic? And Michio helped with kidnapping? And Mr. Yonouchi used that to blackmail her? That's terrible. Based on the report and looking at the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Yonouchi and Iwai, if Michio Shiraishi did it, it would make sense. Furthermore, there are signs that Michio Shiraishi wanted someone to notice. Huh, really? The ribbon that was left at the scene of Koei's death is proof of that. Mio, I'm guessing you knew that already. Yes, ever since this morning. There's one piece of information I need, but I think we're near her limit. So if we get this Record of Fate's scroll, we'll be able to dispel the curse. Yes, the source of this curse is a tragic event called the Honjo Incident. It dates back to Edo period. An onmoji named Saimancho Shimikado is said to have recorded a way to deal with the curse. So I think there may be a way to dispel the curse. Right. I'll leave how to approach this to you, Mio. I'll check with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well, but please make finding the Record of Fate's scroll your top priority. Understood. But how do we go about looking for it? It's possible that the descendants of Simon have inherited it, but I don't think they're aware of its existence. It'd be nice if we had a clan crest or something to go off of. Maybe we'll have to ask Paranormal Affairs. That reminds me, Mio, was the Western black magic used by Iwai and Nijima really just an imitation? Why are you asking me? Boss said that you knew about this sort of thing. Do you not? Well, I have some knowledge, but... How strange. I don't think I've ever told anyone that. It's okay, Mio. No one's judging you. Right, but it still feels a little weird. So what's your opinion on this, someone familiar with the Western black magic? If I could have a look at their grimoire, I could be sure, but... Based on their methods, I'd say they imitated black magic popular around 300 years ago. It was advertised as magic anyone could use, and was employed as camouflage to avoid witch hunters. It's notable because they purposefully required living sacrifices to make it difficult to disprove its authenticity. You know so much, I'm impressed. It totally matches with the vibe you've got going on. What do you mean by that? Don't worry, have some confidence. Right, thanks, I guess. If that black magic is just an imitation, then we probably don't have to worry about it. I'm just glad things aren't getting even more confusing than they already are, right? Oh, right, about the mastermind, I had an idea. Oh, what is it? This is about the chairwoman of Hikaru Soaps, isn't it? You mentioned her when you were telling us about that Iwai person. Yup. Whether the goal is to restore youth or resurrect someone, she's got her hands all over this. Yeah, maybe she found a way to, like, kind of, I guess, telegraph herself. She has money, too. It would also match Hideki Araishi's account of a woman's voice. An evil business lady with supernatural powers. A classic setting. If only we could confirm those powers of hers were actually real. We'll need to keep an eye on her. I'll tell HQ to look into her. Now then, if we're nearing the limit, I'll stop beating around the bush. Time to tell it to you straight. Yako Sakazaki. Here we go. What, me? Yes? Take out your curse stone and give it to Mio. My curse stone. It's just been in my pocket all this time. Thanks. I'm going to borrow it for a second. Well? Yes. There are soul dregs inside after all. What? How did this happen? I didn't do anything, I swear. You have to believe me. Wait, she did it? Oh my god. She was possessing her while she was unconscious, wasn't she? It's okay, we know. Yako, calm down and listen to what I'm about to tell you. But there's no mistake that Yonoichi and Iwai were killed by that curse stone. But the one who committed the act is... the ghost of Michio Shiraishi that is inside you. Yako Sakazaki. We were right! What? Inside me? What? What do you mean? It's okay, Yako. Please calm down and listen. You've been possessed, Yako. By Michio's ghost. What? It's probably happened to when you were offering flowers at the site of an accident. Filled with regret, her lingering ghost reacted to the presence of her old friend and entered you, Yako. No way! I mean, Michio's ghost is inside me. Do you know what's funny? Do you know, like, that time when we got to tell her what our name was? When we said that we're Michio? And when she told us to, like, stop saying nonsense and we, like, sobered up from it? Like, I thought I was doing it for fun, but that was actually the truth. Because you've been possessed doesn't mean that you lose control of yourself. Normally, the mind will reject such attempts and it would do nothing more than affect one's mood or energy levels. But Michio had powerful spirit sense to begin with. And because she was your friend, your mind was open to accepting Michio's spirit. So for those reasons, your mind was merged without any issue. It's going to be difficult to separate her from you at this point. Which also means it will be difficult to guide her spirit to the afterlife. No way, we've merged? Me and Michio's minds are... But I don't feel different at all. I mean, I'm me, I think. That's because after she merged with you, Michio started to believe she was you as well. As a ghost possessing you, she's not fully conscious, only really a jumble of vague memories. Still, there are traces of her consciousness and memories as Michio Shiraishi. You have been acting a little different from usual. You will also sometimes react when coming into contact with things with a powerful influence. Really? That having been said, if you don't have a proper understanding of the regrets Michio Shiraishi had when she died and why, it would be difficult to separate her from you. That's why I didn't say anything. I'm sorry. If I carelessly provoked her ghost, it would have risked causing her to dig even deeper into your mind. Oh no. When we mentioned limits earlier, we mean that by letting things proceed like this, there's a possibility that you will join completely, making it impossible to separate her ghost from you. If that happens, you'll never be able to tell which of your thoughts belong to her and which belong to you. What? That's so scary. I mean, I won't be myself anymore? But if it's Michio, then maybe it won't be so bad. Oh, I don't know. What should I do? But it was actually Michio who used the curse stone while I was unaware, wasn't it? Doesn't that mean that her ghost has already taken over my body? Well, about that. I think it's probably the effect of the curse amplifying murderous impulses and the influence of Feast of Shadows. While you were sleeping, the ghost's powers were boosted and strengthened by the feast. Michio's consciousness surfaced and took control of your body. Then that means she's a murderer, huh? I was the one who killed them. I cursed them both. Oh. Yako, no, you were being controlled. Right, Inspector? Yeah, that's right. It's likely she'd be recognized as not being responsible for the crime due to possession. It's not something you can control. No need to worry about that. Yeah, how do you explain that to the judge? That never works. No, you're wrong. I wanted to kill them too. Those feelings must have come out. It's not only Michio's fault. I mean, when I learned that Michio didn't commit suicide, I wished all the cruel adults around me would just die. I had the curse stone with me, and I wanted to get revenge for Michio if the chance came. That's how I felt. Yako. Because Michio wasn't able to escape her terrible situation. It was so hard, and oh, she's gonna snap. It wouldn't be unusual for someone to take their own life. And I had this curse stone that made Michio get revenge all by herself. Michio tried so hard to keep on living in silence, and I treated those feelings like they were worthless. I should have just done it myself right away. Ah, I'm sorry, Michio. Is this another ending? That's why I killed them. Right? The music? So dramatic. There you are. Oh, hi, Michio. What is up with you? You had me worried sick since you haven't been coming to school lately. Feels like it's been forever. I'm glad you seem to be doing good. Yeah, sorry. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you why. I've always regretted it. Oh, come on. You're acting like we aren't buds. You tell me anyone is making you sad, and I'll take care of them. Thanks, Yako. Actually, I'm here because there's something I wanted to tell you. Really? What's the matter? You can tell me anything. Well, the truth is, I did something unforgivable to an innocent man. Saying that I was forced to and didn't have a choice doesn't undo it. I'm sorry. I feel so guilty. What? I've done so much I can't take back, all because I was weak. There's no escaping the hell I've created for myself. I couldn't handle it anymore. I started thinking about killing him and dying myself. Neither of us deserve to live in this world. What? But something went wrong, and that's why I died with regrets. But thanks to you, I finished what I wanted to. Thank you, and I'm sorry for dragging you into this. What? What? You don't need to apologize. It's only now that I realize. And I know how selfish it is. What do you mean finish what she started? I hope you remember the time we spent together as friends. And how we were able to be together at the end. Please don't forget me. Huh? No, Michio, wait. Is this her leaving? You awake? Do you feel okay? I'm sorry I had to spring that all on you. What? Are we in the classroom? Was I dreaming? I'm sorry to rush this along while you're still gathering your feelings, but we need to hear what Michio Shireishi has to say now, right? And so after considering what to do, it is true that Michio's consciousness is mixed with yours, but if I summon her ghost, we may be able to establish some communication. Oh, I understand. So you thought to use the spirit board again? Yep, I have a hunch. I think the spirit we called last time may have actually been Michio herself. Really, you think? And that her spirit has been close to you ever since then. Then let's do it. I think we should, and I want to hear from her. Very well. I have no idea if this will work during daytime, but let's give it a try. Are you ready? Ready? Hold on a minute. Ready as ever. Okay, here we go. You remember how to do it. Place your finger on a 10-yen coin. What? Do I need to actually... Right, like this. Good. Now do as I do. So, Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. Please tell us you are there. is here. Now, is it the spirit of Michio? Yako, would you ask the spirit? Alright. Are you Michio Shiraishi? Aw, she's here. It said yes. Don't be so sure. Some spirits like to play tricks. You can try asking a question only Michio would know the answer to. A question only Michio would know the answer to. Let's see then. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. How much did the ribbon I bought with Michio cost? $490 yen. Well, it seems we have the right spirit. Okay, can I have you ask her a question? Okay, what do you want me to ask her? I want you to ask about the location of Fumichika Nojima's hideout and the location of the talisman as well. Okay. Well, Spectre of the Spirit Board. Please tell me the location of Fumichika Nojima's hideout. She doesn't know? Oh shit. Please, terrible things will happen if he isn't captured soon. She has no clue. I'm sure it's painful to try and remember. But you're the only one who can help us, Michio. Please. It moved. This is an address. She's giving us the address. Amazing. Thank you, Michio. Okay, I have the address. Thank you. Alright. Gotta move on and check out that address. Yes, sir. I'll contact HQ and order a simultaneous house search and sweep of the area. I just hope the information is accurate. I know it is. Okay. Now we have the where is the talisman? Spectre of the Spirit Board. Do you know where the talisman that you had is? She does know. I wonder if we can find a way to narrow it down. I'll try asking. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, did you carry around the talisman with you at all times? So she did carry it with her. Then did you have it with you when you had your accident? Yes, okay. She had it with her. But there was nothing resembling a talisman in the articles left behind at the scene. So that means someone took it with them and ran off with it before the scene was investigated? But who would do that? So it means someone knew Michio had died before the police did. The first person to discover and report it was the caretaker of the apartment building next door. Should we check with them? Let's see. The other possibility I can think of is the perpetrator of the hit and run. But it was a hit and run. Wouldn't they have run away? It might be possible they came back, driven by fear or something else. Even if so, they didn't report it and went through her belongings. But to only take the talisman seems hard to believe. Unless they were after the talisman from the very beginning. How likely is that, if the talisman is really so special? Ario mentioned the same thing, but to run someone over just to take something from them. It's possible they just picked up the talisman after hitting her for no particular reason. Either way, if it really was a hit and run, then I hope they get caught. It's possible she remembers something after seeing that picture of the car. Then shall we try asking? I'll try. Okay, so now we'll find out about the guy. Spectre of the Spirit Board, do you know who was behind the hit and run? She says she knows. That's a relief, if she hadn't known. Huh? In order for Michio's spirit to find peace, we need as much detailed information about what happened as possible. We can't send her off to afterlife if we don't know what happened when she died. This isn't like a forced exorcism. So that's what it'll take. Alright, I'll try asking. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, who was the one who ran you over? I hope she knows the name. I wonder. Namigaki. What? You mean Yutaro Namigaki? You two know him? We talked with him after we left the cafe. He used to be a curse bear, right? I see. So that's why Yago had that reaction when she saw him. What? Come to think of it, that guy said he wanted to talk about Michio. The hell is he planning with this curse stone? He said he would be waiting next to Ryugoyoku Bridge. Got it. I'll join you there once we're done. He's the bastard who killed Michio. Yako, this should be enough information. We can release Michio from her suffering now. Let's do it. Alright. Say goodbye. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. No, Michio. Thank you. You helped us. You know, I'm so sorry I didn't know about it all. Your family, the kidnapping, Mr. Yonouchi. I'm so sorry. It must have been so hard. Not that I could understand, but I'm sure it was so hard. I mean, of course you would want revenge. I wanted it too. We've all done things that we wish we could take back. But I'm glad that I at least now know the truth. Yako, there's so much I want to say, but that's enough. Let me just ask you one last thing. Someday, can we hang out again? Oh god. That's so sad, sis. Aww. You mean it? It's a promise. Aww. Have you asked everything you wanted? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to guide Michio's spirit now. This is so sad. Hi Morgan, welcome back. How are you? It's time to say goodbye. Michio, with this, I'll finally be able to free you. Hey, Yako? Yep. You never accepted the idea that Michio took her own life. I'm glad you never stopped trying to find the truth. Yeah. You're right. Even though I didn't realize just how hard things were for her. Mio? Aww. Sorry. It's just Michio, she was taken advantage of by so many of the adults around her. She put up with so much. I should have tried to talk to her more. I know how you feel. Thanks, Mio. It hurts thinking about all the things that I could have done. Why did this have to happen to someone so kind and hardworking? Feels like she was ill-fated to the very end. It's just too cruel. But even then, she didn't even tell me about this stuff. And she let herself worry more about revenge than living. I'm mad at her for that. Sure, I should have noticed something was wrong, but come on. What was she thinking? Seriously, I mean seriously. Am I really that unreliable? Of course I'd help you get your revenge, you idiot. I don't care how you had changed or whatever. I just wanted you to live. I'll take responsibility for what's been done. Crying face. This is sad, he's right. No, I think it's good art. But one day, if we meet on the other side, I'm gonna have to give her a good punch. And I'll tell her she's the real fool's procession, or something. And we'll hang out like always. Sounds like fun. Alright, I'm sending her off, okay? Oh wait! Look, the coin. It moved to no all on its own. You're right. When did it do that? Seems like she still has something keeping in there. Yoko, do you have any idea about what Michio wants? Me? Oh. Please don't forget me. I think she told me that she didn't want me to forget. I see. Then, Michio, if you can hear my voice, let your feelings that you won't ever forget her be known. Show it through an action. What? Do something that shows you won't forget. What? What does that mean? What? Do something that shows you won't forget. Like what? I don't understand. How could she forget about her? They were friends. But I don't understand this. Like read the scripts? What? What am I supposed to do? I don't know. Do I need to like read about her? No, I'll try to experiment a little bit. What if I save? Okay, there we go. Thank you. They asked me to do something that shows I won't forget, so we saved. Though, I don't really want you to punch me, so live a long life, okay? I'll see you later. Aww. So they want to go further? Are you feeling alright? Yeah, I'm fine. I actually feel a lot better. I guess I really wasn't feeling like myself recently. It was like there was a part of me that I had no control of, or something. Yeah, I think you're back to your normal self now. I'm glad there weren't any problems. I wonder if Michio was able to find peace. I know she did. You don't have to worry about that. Yeah, that was pretty cool, wasn't it? It seems that her regret was not being able to tell you what was going on and growing apart from you. Well, I guess I can forgive her for that. But there's still something bothering me. Really? Yeah, I wonder what this feeling is. It's like there's a piece of her that just hasn't left yet. Maybe an after effect. Maybe because you gave your stone to Chief Inspector Tsusumi. Doubt it. Having a curse stone shouldn't have effect on your body. But dealing with 4 curses sounds like a lot of stress. Good work, Chief. Someone's like a completely different person all of a sudden. Are you really sure about this? Having us arrest you once this is all over. You might be able to get your case treated as just an accident. It's fine. What about what? Treat me the same as someone who used the curse stone to kill someone. If anything, I should be thanking you for letting me go free until this is all over. So thanks, Chief. What the fuck? Really? She's gonna be fine with just going to jail? That's not possible, is it? Oh my god. What the? It's not her fault. They shouldn't rat her out. Whoa, whoa. You didn't say anything about bringing the police. Sorry, but we don't have the time to care about what you have to say about us. What business do you have with this girl now that you've lost your curse stone? I'll tell you this for free. I have our curse stone already. There's a lot of traffic around here and it's very noisy during the day. The amount of exhaust coming from cars is overwhelming. Here it's not healthy. Your dad is visibly shaken. That must mean there's some reason he doesn't want the cops around. The chief makes some weird jokes sometimes, but still, it's reassuring to have a veteran policeman with us. I don't have any ill intentions. I wanted to tell you that. I want to help if you intend to resurrect Michio Shiraishi. That was my intention from the beginning when I received my curse stone. And that's why I took your curse stone. Man, can't be too careful. Besides, what connection do you have to Michio? We met once. I was so sad to hear the news of her death the other day. Uh-huh. Met once. I see. Well, I'm sure it must have been painful for you, but do you think bringing back the dead will erase the fact that you hit her with your car? What? I'm sure that I have no idea what you're talking about. Right. If you don't know, I'll tell you, and you'll let me ask some questions in return. Oh, he can't lie to him. Did you get your license recently? Hmm? We found a van with bloodstains on it, you see. It's only a matter of time we find who the owner is. What's that supposed to mean? Why don't you tell me a little bit more about your relationship with Michio Shiraishi? Not only that, you killed someone with your cursed stone, didn't you? Stop, stay away from me. Haha. Damn it. Okay, I give up. It's all over for me. Afterwards, Yutaro Namigaki gave his confession. He admitted that he was behind the wheel for the van that hit Michio Shiraishi. He explained that he was speeding in order to impress a girl he had in the car with him. After hitting the schoolgirl, he drove away and planned to wash the car in secret to destroy the evidence. But he became nervous and went back to the scene of the crime at the urging of his passenger. When they returned to the scene, the female passenger went to check the victim alone while he sat panicking in the car. When she returned, she told him people were unlikely to assume a hit and run, as it looked similar to a suicide by jumping from height. Afterwards, the pair parted ways and Yutaro dumped the vehicle deep in the woods under the cover of night. The two of them decided to keep the accident a secret. Next morning, Michio Shiraishi's body was discovered, and luckily for them, her death was ruled a suicide. However, a darkness lingered within his heart. From that day on, the schoolgirl appeared before him covered in blood, her limbs bent and broken, to spite him in his dreams every night. Even when awake, he would see a phantom of her corpse in the dark, moaning and crushing him at all times. Troubled by the constant hallucinations, it was only a number of days before he suffered a nervous breakdown. He couldn't bear hiding what he'd done anymore, and planned to turn himself in, but was stopped by the passenger on that night. It was then that he first heard rumors of the rite of resurrection. He thought that if he could resurrect the schoolgirl, that it would be like the accident never even happened. And with that, the darkness enshrouding his heart could be dissipated. From then on, he searched the areas associated with the 7 mysteries of Honjo every night. And he received the curse of the foot washing mentioned as a result. I see. That's right, I'm not a bad man. I wanted to turn myself in. It was that girl who tempted me. Okay, calm down and listen, son. If you don't think you've done anything wrong, what would these girls think if they saw you run over that poor girl? There's something I want to know. Do you know anything about a talisman that Michio should have had on her at the time of the accident? Talisman? What are you talking about? So you don't know anything. Oh, maybe the girl took it because she was the one who exited the car. In that case, what about that woman who was with you? Can you ask her? Oh, that's right. Everything is her fault in the first place. Well, that may not be exactly wrong. Just riding passenger in a car involved in an involuntary vehicular manslaughter isn't a crime in and of itself. But according to your statement, she neglected her duty to seek aid and instigated you to neglect your duty to report the accident. And if she took an article from the scene, she'd also be charged with theft. And you tell me who she is. You have no intent of hiding anything anymore, do you? Yeah, that's right. It's her fault. Do what you want with her. It's time for her to face what she's done. Her name is Ayame Tono. Oh my god. Holy shit. What if that's his daughter? That is it. She's an art student in town. No way. That is his daughter. Oh my god. An art student named Ayame Tono. Whoa. Are you absolutely sure of that? Eesh. Yeah, he's not trustworthy at all. What point would there be in lying to you now? What, do you know her or something? She may look nice, but she's rotted on the inside. I'd like to meet the parents who raised someone like that. Ouch. Shut up. What's wrong, Inspector Tsutsumi? You're drenched in sweat. No, wait. Damn it, why? How could this happen? Listen up, I'm taking this one with me down to the station for more questioning. You to go after the records of fate here in scroll. You got that? Oh god. No, I'm sure it's the truth because they were like hanging out together, but come with me. Shit. That's no good at all. Let's get going. Yeah. Darkness, let's get going. Yo, we are actually going to continue this. This is a very long game, and I don't want to rush through these endings. There's probably like a few alternative endings, and I don't know if I'll do a little bit of a shorter stream tomorrow or if I'll continue on Saturday. I will let you know on Discord, but I have to eat my food and I have to rest because it seems that this game goes on, and we're gonna see all of these. Well, I can't show you the final chapter, and it seems like we're not even getting there yet. So we'll. Oh my gosh, we have another story to go through. Amazing, which is like a totally unfamiliar story called Darkness. So we have another character to discover, and we'll do that. The shattered screens basically represent the chapters that are done, but this one is still glowing. So I think that this one has a little bit of an alternative ending. The story goes on, and we have plenty to do, and I don't want to rush it, so I will let you know when I'll do this next. Maybe tomorrow, but if not tomorrow, then maybe on Saturday before we continue with Octopath. But if I have time tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow. It is long, but I'm enjoying it, and I want to continue enjoying it. I don't want to rush through it, and I'm getting very tired, and I need to also get up early tomorrow. So we're gonna save this here, and that's where we're gonna stop. Thank you so much for watching today. I hope you had fun. I had an amazing time, but now I gotta rest. So I'll let you know on Discord. If anything, if I final stream tomorrow, I'll be seeing you on Friday. But if I do, I will let you know on Discord, on YouTube, and wherever. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed. And that's pretty much it. Have fun. Good night. Have a lovely rest of your day, and bye bye.